Testing, testing. While we're close to time. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the 2023 Hindman Dulcimer Homecoming. We've had quite a time. We've had some technical challenges. We've had some wonderful music and good friends. Some of our favorite people in the entire world have gathered together on this beautiful Hindman Settlement School campus. We've had great meals. We've feasted on music, and one or two technical glitches that I need to mention. Last night, we were in the middle of our concert, and we had a battery that just decided it had had enough of it and just gave out on us. And so our wonderful cinema camera dropped out, and there just wasn't any consoling it. We couldn't bring it back last night, and so we kind of faded to black. I think there was still some music going on. Our guys came to play, and they did play last night, but I apologize for you all who might have ended up thumping your TVs last night trying to, get something out of them. Speaking of things gone wrong, we started out with the situation with Randy Wilson because Randy got sick, could not come, and we had to rewrite the schedule. Now, no harm, we were able to bring in Don for a class, for Randy's class on Friday or Thursday. Dan bravely covered Randy's class yesterday morning, and this morning you get me. So, and it's different. You may notice, I don't have a dulcimer on my lap. It wouldn't be much good if I did. But what I wanted to talk to you all about for this first block, this first workshop, is writing songs. And the title of the course is Writing Songs Like Nobody Cares. In fact, I went back to my original notes on this. I kind of put it together in a hurry because, like I said, we're the replacements this weekend. And it originally said, let's write songs like nobody cares, which is the idea. I think a lot of people, when they start to approach the idea of songwriting, they're afraid of scrutiny or criticism or someone coming and stealing their songs. There's so many things that we concoct in our heads to keep us from even trying. And while I could do, a full workshop on just the mechanics of how you can construct a song, I chose this morning to talk a little bit more about the reason to try to do it. What it gets you in your life. If you're, okay, the only thing I can tell you, and I know that this is true, in the history of the world, every song that anyone ever sung was written by someone. It doesn't matter how far back you go, how traditional a piece of music you want to play. Every traditional song came into this world from an idea bouncing around in some Jasper's head. And, in that noggin is where all of this stuff starts. And I just want to encourage you all to get it out of there, because if you've ever had anything like that, you will feel better. It's my contention that if folks ceased to write songs and just didn't act on the impulse to write songs, that the tradition of traditional music would grind to a halt. Okay? You guys can write that down and unpack it later. But the tradition of traditional music is 100% dependent upon people writing songs. Okay? Which is why I don't mind blending this little piece into our traditional and original music here. To keep this old world turning as it ought to, everyone needs to put in their 2 cents worth. You owe it to humanity. Okay. Originality, brilliance. John Lennon once famously wrote that there's nothing you can do that can't be done. There's nothing you can say that can't be said. That's true, but I don't believe he was expressing the futility of trying to have original ideas. rather that one should not worry about it. After all, there's nothing you can do that can't be done, nothing you can sing that can't be sung. Do not let self-doubt and a feeling of general insignificance keep you from expressing your feelings. Your love, which is, after all you need. Sure, everything's been done 100 times, but not by you. Are you a born writer? Well, if you are, then yay for you. My hat's off to you. You can just ignore my ramblings. I think Tom T. Hall once said that to try to teach a born writer how to write songs was like trying to teach a fish how to swim. But even so, people with an immense amount of talent never reach their potential unless they just work at it, unless they want to work at it. Great songwriter that just throws one off and says, oh, yeah, I'm good at this. This is great. I can't imagine, but if there's somebody like that, think about all they could do if they just laid into it, how much they could soundtrack our lives if they took the gift that God gave them and did something with it. Not necessary, though. I think you just need to want to do it. We approach it as craftsmen, and this is where the teaching comes in. Even if you're born with that shameful amount of talent and you have to work at it, you may need a little help from your friends. That's a song reference, by the way. So why do you want to do it at all? Why do you want to do it? How does it benefit a person? Storytelling goes back to the dawn of time. There's something in our human DNA that made men want to write on cave walls. Women too, I assume. I don't know. It's hard to tell by looking at the pictures, but people, cave walls, papyrus, parchment, paper. Now it's what, text messages and tweets, not twits. I've learned to say tweet. So on. In large sense, it's built into our species. King David wrote songs to tunes that existed before his time, and his time was right around 3,000 years ago, which they didn't have sheet music, which is a shame because it'd be great to hear that music played today that talk about traditional music. But by all accounts, he didn't care what people thought about him at all. He just wanted to please God. And, who doesn't? It's my belief that we've all got an innate need to do what we're meant to do, whether we act on it or not. So reconciling oneself to this need can produce numerous benefits besides royalty checks, because you can reasonably not expect to get royalty checks. I have a program I call the Songwriter Circle, and with few exceptions, most of us have never really been paid for songwriting. But almost down to the last man, we have found gratification, fulfillment of all kinds. And that's really what I want to dive into today. What songwriting can do for you if you embrace it and do it. And I want to give you some examples. So the reasons I could come up with off the top of my head, we'll unpack several of them individually in this session. And they're filtered through my work, and I'll explain that in a minute. Off the top of my head, I wrote down catharsis, storytelling, communications, love, true love, longing unfulfilled, aspiration, friendship. Friendship's good. A lot of songs have been written about friendship. Pure, ornery fun. Now, see, I majored in pure, ornery fun. I've written a lot of songs that I really wouldn't want my grandma to hear, but it's been a lot of the fun in my life over the years. just take that for what it's worth. Protest songs, there's worship songs, of course, like I was talking about. What I found out when I was trying to outline all this is that there are so many reasons that you want to have a song that belongs to you. Even if you don't get all brave and play it for other people, it would be a way of working a lot of these things that I just mentioned into your life. I mean, who doesn't want catharsis, for instance? Thoreau, I think, once famously said that most people live lives of quiet desperation. Is that Thoreau that said that, Ron? Or was that Tucker Carlson? I don't know. It was somebody who I thought they were right. So it's probably Thoreau. Anyway, in the early days, back when I was a younger man, much younger, and I drank a lot. I played in clubs a lot. I dated some. Had one or two fairly serious relationships. I'm telling this to the whole world, okay? And one of these slow motion epic train wrecks turned kind of ugly for me one October night when I went to meet up with, this someone in a honky tonk just down the street from where I lived. It was called the Flamingo. And happily, it was renamed about 3 times and then finally bulldozed since then. But I can say the name of it now. It was just a rough little place. As I walked down the dark, rainy sidewalk to the club, I'd somehow built up in my head that this rendezvous would be a great reunion, a great evening. But as the band blared away at their Skynyrd covers, I quickly realized that something was terribly wrong. Without hardly a word, this gal moved more or less backwards away from me and just bolted out of the door. I did what any self-respecting guy would do. I retreated back to my apartment and got all self-pitiful. And it didn't take long for the news to get back to me, because I got on the phone. I'm like, what's going on with that? It looked like what it was. She had her a new feller. One who made good money and drove a better car than me, which, of course, was a pretty low bar. So I found myself compelled to, write a country song by way of catharsis. That's what I was getting at here. You get something, that's burning in your gut. You just need to eject those feelings or walk around with them. And I want to emphasize this part of songwriting. You can, and my guys in recovery, okay, we do this too. The guys in recovery talk a lot about the trauma that they've inflicted upon other people, and they ask for forgiveness, and they just have to write all this stuff down. First they journal it, and very often they create songs. And the reason they create songs is to cause catharsis to happen. It allows you to put it in a box, polish that box, close the lid, lock it, tie it, wrap it up with a ribbon, set it on a shelf, and say, well, this is what that was, and now I'm moving on with my life. Songwriting is a powerful tool for that. I just want to start out with that. So, either eject the feelings or let them burn in your gut, and of course, I chose the former. Oh, the last time I saw you, you acted a stranger. You wouldn't look into my eyes anymore. But looking right through me, you said goodbye to me, then quick like walked out of the door. Perhaps I had hurt you in some thoughtless moment. I called you again and again and again. The news was slow coming, but the grapevine was humming. Now thanks to a friend of a friend, I heard you had taken a lover. I heard from a semi-reliable source. And the last time I saw you seemed to be riding the back of old Prince Charming's horse. Now Jeannie told Janie, her stepsister Amy, worked nights at the no-tell motel. She heard tell. Last night you checked in this silver Mercedes. The guy seemed to be treating you well. Now, anything's possible, so it ain't the gospel. Rumors go round and around in this town. But the news that she gave me, it just broke my heart, burned me right down to the ground. While holding a bottle of Elmer T's best, I felt something burning down deep in my chest. But it was not the whiskey that caused me the pain. It was remembering your soft voice repeating my name. As I reached out to brush back the lift in your hair, with this ragged ass memory come a whooping and screaming and knocked me right out of my chair. When I heard you had taken a lover, I heard from a semi-reliable source that the last time I saw you seemed to be riding the back of old Prince Charming's horse. Now some kind of excuse for you cutting me loose is the last thing that I want to hear, because the reason you left me is clear. Thank you. That comes off. Boy, that used to be easier to sing. Elmer T, by the way, I should have explained this up front, is a wonderful distiller who was the genius who created Blanton's, which, of course, we don't drink anymore, but back then we did, and a lot. I really enjoy playing that song with Sarah Kate. I wanted to tell you, too, when I wrote that song, it was recorded along with 8 other songs in 1978, so that gives you a little time period, on the Snail record label. Now, unless you think I'm making that up, this is that guy. That's that guy. Recorded it over at Limco Studios with Cecil Jones and the boys. I hired Ricky Skaggs as one of my musicians on this, but well, that's a whole nother story. This record did not go gold. It did not go platinum. It went styrofoam, and not the good kind that you can insulate your house with, but like foam peanuts that you just need to get rid of. It sold like 5 copies. I don't know, maybe 10. The records have all been shredded, and the record company is now defunct. So, but we had a lot of fun, which actually is one of the things I'm going to touch on too about this, having fun with your friends. Now there's storytelling, which of course is you just sitting and making something up, or relating something that you know a little bit about and then filling in the blanks in verse, in music and in rhyme. When I first came to Hindman, now this has been years ago, I was trying to pick up some pointers from Ralph Martin on how to play drop thumb on the banjo. It was a painful experience for me. We messed around with it, and he kept trying to get my fingers to work. And I'm a guitar picker, sort of, and my fingers just didn't want to roll the right way for drop thumb. And finally, honestly, I gave up in frustration that day. But that night, I was trying to work out some of the same rolls on a little tenor uke that I'd made I had upstairs, and it was a sweet sounding little instrument and weighed just about nothing. You could just sit back with it and dream and play. We've had a uke player through here this weekend who really was having a lot of fun with his. But that night it was raining. It was coming down in buckets once again. It was really hard, kind of rain, the way it does down here. But this was about 10 years ago, probably 11. Back in those days, I used to park my car around back, down behind the School of Luthery, along the creek. Mostly that was fine. There's a nice little place to park there. But I got out of the habit, and now I wouldn't do it for money, But then it was like, I knew that Troublesome had gotten his name because it was historically, prone to getting out of its banks and making a mess for people. At the time, I had no idea what it was capable of. And I thought about moving my car because even then I figured, it was risky. But then it was raining so hard, I thought, well, I better wait a little while it slacked off. And then it came into my head that 150 years ago, instead of a Ford, I would have been worrying about my horse. And if the creek had gotten out of the banks while you had a horse tied out there, it would have really been bad. Now, what's spooky about this is that, well, I'll tell you about it afterwards. So I wrote a song called Down Hindman Town because I had been trying to play these old mountain ballads, and I thought, well, let me write a new one that is just kind of a fun homage to old ballads. Well, I rode Big Red into Hindman Town, where I left him dead on the cold, dark ground. When the creek come up at the break of day, he drowned himself, taking me away. Down Hindman Town, where the mountains ring you all around. Down Hindman Town, where the rain comes down with a troublesome sound. Well, there a fair young thing did take me in. She allowed that we might live in sin. And so I dwelt until the day that her man came back from far away. Well, he came back hard, he came back mean, with the keenest blade I had ever seen. And then he looked at me when he laid her low. He turned to me, said, I bid you go. From Hindman Town, where the mountains ring you you all around. Down Hindman Town, down Hindman Town, where the rain comes down with a troublesome sound. Well, there I met a man who worked me sore. When the moon came out, he worked me more. And he would not pay me but in shine, both foul and dark as turpentine. So I took my fiddle in my hand, and then I hied it out of the Cumberland. I took the troubles I have found, and I took my leave of the Hindman Town. Down Hindman Town, Hindman Town, where the mountains ring you all around. Down Hindman Town, Hindman Town, where the rain comes down with a troublesome sound. Yes, the rain comes down with a troublesome sound. Well, thank you. Incredibly, prophetically, I don't even know, but of course, you know, last summer, Big Red was my Toyota, and got destroyed in the flood in Hindman Town, where the rain did indeed come down with a terrifying sound. Sounded like it sounded like a fire hose being turned on the roof of the apartment downtown, and it happened at about 3 o'clock in the morning. And you know, I don't know if it was the wet air, the rain, or the chill. You know, I don't know what it was, but when that sound started up, I just thought, oh man, that is terrifying. And of course, everyone knows the story after that. But it probably wasn't until sometime the next day that I was sitting and thinking to myself, oh my God, I wrote that song, and you know, this is gonna haunt me. You know, that I was posing on what would happen if. And you know, that's what a lot of writing is about. That's what a lot of music is about. What if? What if? Another category, a major category, that I can look at now, and I think, you know, this is a thing that songwriting is very helpful with. I was down in Nashville a few years ago at my son's house. My wife and I were visiting there, and sometimes you just wake up with an ache that you can't shake off. I don't know what it was, just being out of town or being with the family. Anyway, I woke up and sprung out of bed right at dawn from such a lucid, heartbreaking dream that, you know, I had to run out on the back porch, sit down there with a pad of paper, and just you know, try to process it. I mean, it was one of those things where you wake up and shake your head and you just go whoosh, like that. But it wasn't something that I wanted out of my head. It was something that I wanted to hold on to because it had me so stirred up. In this dream, I'll explain this ahead of time. Normally, I wouldn't. And normally I would play this song with Sarah Kate because it sounds better when she's with me. But I've been riding down some winding country road, familiar, like I had 100 times before. I was talking to my dad, who happened to be driving. I was trying to get something across to him. I was trying to tell him, like an update. You know, this is everything that's happened since you've been gone, and this is what we did here, and this is why we did that. And I kind of wanted to urge him to do things differently so that we'd still have him with us. Anyway, I woke in such a state of frustration and heartache. All I could do was sit there on the steps and write it out. Songwriting is really good for that kind of thing. But it was kind of the opposite of catharsis. I was trying to capture a moment, I think, so I could savor it a little bit longer. Well, last night I had a dream, woke me up so hard. I found myself out standing barefoot in our old front yard. We were on the road, my old 55. I was 26, you were still alive. Somehow I knew all the things that I know now. Tried to warn you off, but I did not know how to make you hear my plea to go another way, so I could have you here, we could have today. You know that time is a liar. It tries to tell your heart that it's not on fire, until your dream is the only way to make it even one another day. The grass is wet with dew, cold upon my skin. I try to close my eyes and call you back again. From down behind the trees, the morning light cuts through, burning back the fog, but I'm still holding on to you. Know that time is a liar, tries to tell your heart that it's not on fire, till the dream is the only way to make it even one another day. From down behind the trees, the morning light cuts through, burning back the fog, but I'm still holding on to you. Yeah, well, okay, needless to say, I haven't played a lot in recent times. We've been busy with other things. I'm really good at shoveling mud at this point. We're all practiced up on that. But we are coming back, and it's fun to have music in our lives again. Playing music with your friends, I gotta tell you, that's about as good as it gets. And there are a few experiences in life that really make it worthwhile, like playing with your friends. I'll circle back around to that though, because I've got some fun stuff, I think maybe. In the category of love, true love, Lord, like most songwriters, I've written tons of love songs. True love, lost love, long form love, ecstatic, nostalgic, devoted, perplexed, infatuated, stupid love, all kinds of love. I could fill up 10 classes with all of those categories. I realized when I tried to separate things that, this, what do people write about? They write about this kind of love, that kind of love. I think if there was a single category of songs ever written, they would all be love of somebody, some person, or the Lord, or you get a feeling inside like Harry Chapin said, I've got something inside me, and you just really want to express it. Well, the mysteries of relationships are pretty much endless. And of course, I haven't figured any of them out at this point in my life. So young people that think that they're going to understand it, no, you're not. But you can write songs about it. The last Christmas before the pandemic began, I was blessed to discover a whole new category in my life. A long-lost daughter who I didn't know I had, who I hadn't known all of her life. And she was about to celebrate her 50th birthday, which it sounds like a tragedy, but actually it's turned out to be a wonderful thing, because it was right before the pandemic. We got to meet. We went to lunch together, barbecue place, talked about our common interests and what we were pretty sure we had in common genetically. And then about 2 weeks after I had this great day out with my daughter, pandemic shutdown began. And we were under all of these restrictions. She's a school teacher. Of course, I had this here, factory lockdown, and all we could do for that year was talk on the phone. Now, fortunately, I had a good phone plan, and so did she. But that up to now has been just about the extent of our relationship. And after a year into the pandemic, well, a song occurred to me. Like I said, it's a whole new category. I love you from way over here, where you can't even see me. I may as well be on the moon, or some guy on the TV. Half the world has fallen through. I can't help believing I'll have the chance to walk with you before it's time for leaving. Only give me back that 100 years, sail me 10 times backwards round the world, before the breath came into you. You had to know you were my girl. Bless the souls who went to sea, to wake up somewhere stranded. Country boys who look like me, don't know where they've landed. Times an ocean won't be crossed, back home to where your dreams go. What we found was never lost, then it's your dream if you say so. Only give me back that 100 years, sail me 10 times around the world, before the breath came into you. You had to know you were my girl. All your life and most of mine, telephone's been ringing, picked it up, you said hello, and I heard your mama singing. I reckon we can figure how to do this like we ought to. Waiting for the time to take this here message in a bottle. Only give me back that 100 years. Sail me 10 times backwards around the world. For the breath came into you. You had to know you were my girl. Before the breath goes out of me, I know you'll know that you're my girl. I should have changed, this should be called, the course should be named Old Men Choking Themselves Up. Just be glad I brought the short version this morning. We hope. She listening? Okay. Morning, you. It's really fun. Well, along the lines of songwriting opportunistically, I was walking, I was actually coming out of the shower the other morning, and I walked by the TV just as a newsman was talking about how China is seeking world domination, how very unlike China, right? Of the commercial aircraft industry. Apparently they had vowed to kill Boeing and Airbus in the next decade or two, with their, whatever their plane is called. But I sort of reacted to it, and I just said, dear Lord, when will all this end? When will all this end? And so I hit the mute button on the TV, and I had a guitar standing there, so I picked it up, and I thought about what would John Prine do? It's like, I love the guy, and I would like, I'd like to take off a summer and just write as many. We lost the video? Okay. Well, I'm not that pretty anyway, but I am still playing, right? We're still listening to audio. We're just about to throw this camera into Troublesome Creek. But if we say we're doing it, we can't get the insurance money, right? It's that thing. They send us a bad chunk of a battery. It's what? Can we get the old camera in? Set it up? Okay, so we may have yet another little pause in our schedule. We're going to try to moment of pause here while we address the technical issue. it's not that. Dan, you still got them? Dan's got them. Mike? Yeah. Give me my keys, please. Want to drive the El Camino? I just wanted to say to the El Camino. No? Troublesome Creek has an El Camino, which I'm probably going to write a song about that. Well, gosh, that just broke my stride right there. There's not that much to look at though, so y'all just can listen. World domination, wanna be a crustration. It's a source of frustration. Slide back in my shell, 'cause I heard me a rumor that a world without humor be as dark as a dungeon and colder than hell. You'll either laugh or you'll cry, and I'd lots rather not cry. Which I reckon I'll laugh, which is better by half. Always empty is always half full. I'm up to half crazy, so don't think I'm lazy if I'm always a fool. I don't even know it. The peers, you write songs for your friends and just throw things at them. Peers can always help you build your songwriting skill set, and in so many ways, even when they're not directly involved. Writers know that writing to an imagined ideal listener can give you both direction and inspiration. Even more so, pranking around real time with the guys in the band. I've ripped into several lines of thought in the midst of rehearsal and later fleshed them out into songs, which of course the guys already had a stake in, so they're willing to play along. In recent years, Gary Sloan and Doug Jones have egged me on. Doug's my bass player, and he's been sick, so a shout out to him. I hope he bounces back really quick. But long story short, the band that they represented, the Troublesome Boys, just like the Creek, came by their name honestly. One song I wrote with them, just fooling around, was based on one chord and a really simple idea. It was a reflection on the alarming trend of seemingly well-educated people who are all of a sudden, I don't know why, I didn't get the memo, but all of a sudden everyone started starting their sentences with the word so. You all know what I'm talking about, So, we wanted to rip around, and I think at some point I got Frank Cornett in there to play the bass, and he went nuts. He had a really good time. On the set, the least worst of the Troublesome Boys, Practice Makes Purple, we actually have a transcription of the one that Frank did, but it was just me in rehearsal. Somebody was answering the phone or broke a string, I don't know what, but I started going, let's do one chord, let's do a new chord, start writing with it. Well, there's a woman I know, she's always gotta say so, like so is a word that means any blame thing. She says, so I gotta pay. So I wanna explain. So I think it's gonna rain. It's again and again and again and again. So what? I say, so what? I think maybe so. Maybe all she got. And we just go on about, you know, all the different ways that people abuse the word so, you know, and it was a lot of fun because, like I said, Frankie started playing this bass run that was like Peter Gunn, boom, boom, bottom, 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 you know, and we couldn't get him to stop after we had finished the song. He just kept right on going. And the point that I wanted to make is that when you laugh, it's medicinal, right? But when you laugh with your friends, it's really healing. And when you laugh with your friends in the middle of playing music, it's like a Z-Pack. I mean, it's what keeps us old guys going, you know, is laughing with our friends while we're playing music. Because there's something that just knits together in your soul because of that. Gary Sloan, in particular, I'm going to talk about him. He's not here. He could be, I guess, but you couldn't see him anyway if he was here because we don't have a camera. Gary's a real enabler. And Gary and I were sitting in the Luthery one day, and I had just completed a guitar. I had strings on it, had it set, you know, just about right. And I was like, Gary, listen to this guitar. You hear that? And I started like, just thrashing on this guitar, seeing how much sound I could get out of it. Really, I was trying to stretch the strings and get it going. And Gary started throwing something at me with the mandolin. It was kind of he's bouncing it back to me with the mandolin. Every time I go kaboom, he go kabang, and, you know, back and forth and back and forth. And I was like, well, that's fun. It's kind of like we were having this nice hillbilly ping pong game, you know, bouncing this back and forth. And so while he was standing there, I started throwing in words. Now, I want to add a disclaimer to the front of this. Normally when I'm playing songs in front of people, I don't do disclaimers or explain away the song. I just let them wonder, you know, what's going on. My parents did, in fact, love me growing up, but for just orneriness, which puts it in the orneriness category, I assumed the character of, you know, a country musician who's a bit of a reject. And just for fun, you know, I wrote in my hat, which in fact it's actually a real hat, you know. But it went like this. Like that. Well, my mama never loved me. I don't know why. And my daddy never knew me. He was just some guy. I got a 57 Biscayne. It's long and red. I got a hat like a hubcap, but it fits my head. So tell me why I need me some Tennessee skies. Got me a hillbilly guitar, it's full of twang. I play it for the money and never make a thing. Out on a flatbed trailer in the parking lot beside the Piggly Wiggly, I show 'em what I got, and Tennessee sky. There was a little gal loved me till she had my kid. He had a face like a puppet, and I flipped my lid. So the judge told the jury, give him 99. But when the kid started barking, the judge lost his mind. And that's why I need some Tennessee sky. Down at the Grand Old Opry, down in Tennessee, they got a whole bunch of pickers, but they ain't got me. I went high on the mountain, and I looked back down, wishing I was a giant, so I could squash this town. And that is why I need me some Tennessee sky. Pick it, Gary! Like I said, you write things for your friends and they egg you on. And then you have no regrets because you can always point right at them and say, he made me do it. I don't want anyone to steal the copyright on that, though. I might go to 10OC and sell it. One of my wife's favorites, by the way, is one I wrote called San Andreas. I'm not sure I can do this, but it was worth writing just to say that I'd written a song that my wife liked, which it's kind of a different category altogether. It goes on the after-school special category. It doesn't really, it delivers detailed information that really isn't information at all. It's just some stuff I made up, and people who live in Los Angeles can forgive me. And this is also one to play with capable musicians. I love to play this with, sometime with Sarah Kate playing the bass. You know, yes, you heard me. I was taking your name in vain. Hello, hi. Like to get serenaded? Let me see if I can do this. I think it goes like this. Now people are telling me that the continental drift can maybe precipitate a radical crustal shift. Then maybe the highest high, the top is top, gonna go underneath the bottom when the bottom drop. You go in for a swim, going out for a walk when you're walking down the San Andreas Fault. Like that. And do we have a functional anything there? All right. We're live video. Okay, well, I'm just about done. It's all good. Listen, I thank you for bearing with me. I'm going to close. You know what? I have one song that, you know, I think I had a little bit different plan in mind for all this today, but I do have one song that I'm going to close with. And again, it's something that I really love to play with Gary and the boys and Sarah Kate. You know, we have a good time. But this is when I started to work with the Songwriter Circle and the guys who were in recovery and bringing their own songs. I was going to come back around to this. It's been a real important part of our mission down here to bring those guys on and have them do their songs that they've journaled that detail their experience, because telling their story is really an important part of their recovery, an important part of their healing. And we've all messed up, and usually when there are songs about alcohol abuse, they're comedy kind of things. This is not like Otis checking in to the county jail in Mayberry. This is real collateral damage that happens, and it's a song called Lightning Jar. I came back to tell you I was wrong. I came back, you were gone. Made up my mind to live another day. The night had blown my dreams away. Time in a lightning jar. When do I say when? Times when I go too far never seem to end. Love is the sweetest savor, sipping from the top. Life is a harder flavor, long as there's a drop. Take it all, you can have what's mine. All I've got, put it on the line. All I want, a little bit more time. All you want is to put it all behind. Time in a lightning jar. When do I say when? Times when I go too far never seem to end. Love is the sweetest savor, sipping from the top. Life is a harder flavor, long as there's a drop. I came back to tell you I was wrong. I came back, but you were gone. Thank you all. Now the rest of the day we're going to be into some pretty deep dulcimer music with our wonderful staff and our thank you Mikey, our tech on deck, our newly resuscitated camera, which is going to be good to go for we don't even know how long, maybe weeks, at least an hour. Okay, I'm getting off. Talk to y'all later.
y'all. Hey y'all. Thanks for sticking around. I loved hearing Doug's songs. I hadn't heard the Tennessee song. That was nice. I'm from Tennessee. So welcome. This is practice drills to improve your skills for an intermediate level, novice intermediate level. But really any level can benefit from this. I don't think that this is gonna, if you're a beginner, this isn't gonna stop you from participating. If you're advanced, this also is not gonna stop you from participating. So some of these drills, they're gonna be hard for everybody, regardless of how long you've been playing, honestly. So you should have a couple papers to look at. We have a pendulum strumming practice, dotted rhythm drills, up the fretboard, across the strings, right and left hand connection, and I threw in a little chord map to kind of help us with one of those practice drills. Half of these I have, let's see, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6, 7 drills. About half of them, 3 of them are for right hand, 3 of them for left hand, and one, the very last one we'll finish with, is a drill that I developed to help connect your both hands to one another, help your hands be talking to each other. So I'm excited about that. I love teaching classes where I teach a song or a repertoire, but I also love a class that is just purely technique. And this is that class. So no songs today, just these 7 rhythm and flat picking and fingering skills, ergonomic fingering. So we'll be doing all those things. 3 exercises on the right hand, 3 exercises on the left hand, and then 1 for both of them together. So we're tuned in DAD. Make sure you're in tune. Even if you do everything right, you're still going to sound awful if you're not in tune. Every time you get your dulcimer out of the case, you should tune it. So, y'all, let's start with pendulum strumming practice. And I'm going to give you Sarah Kate's quick and dirty strumming method and dulcimer method to help you practice good technique, or at least my approach to good technique. Somebody might tell you something different, and that's okay. So when you're holding the instrument, I like to make sure that I'm kind of sitting erect. I'm not leaning back in my chair, right? I'm sitting up. My knees are kind of shoulder width apart. Dulcimer's not a very ladylike instrument. You can't wear a cute skirt with it, unfortunately. So knees are shoulder width apart. Notice that I'm pulling the strumming end of my dulcimer close to my belly, and I'm pushing the fretting end of the dulcimer away from me. Notice that my 3rd fret is floating somewhere over my knee. And look at the general direction that my dulcimer is facing. It's kind of sloping down into my left. And this does a couple things. It brings my strumming hollow right underneath where my pick naturally falls. Also, if my 3rd fret is kind of somewhat over my kneecap, if you have an extra long dulcimer, maybe even the 4th fret, what that does is it allows you, well, I'll do the opposite. If I didn't do any of that, if my dulcimer's not angled, if I don't pull if my dulcimer's not sloping downwards, then it's going to look something like this. And for me, by the time I get to 7, I'm exaggerating, but I feel like I'm kind of twisting my body this way, and I don't want to do that. So I'm pulling the strumming in close, push the fretting end away. Now for me, I have a strap, and that allows me to pop my dulcimer up a little bit, and that does a couple things that I really like. Does 3 things. It allows me to show my audience what I'm doing. I think it looks nice visually. It also frees up the back of the dulcimer, so more of the wood is reverberating. It also creates a nice downward angle for your hand to access the strings. So as opposed to pushing the pick out, I'm letting gravity help me, and I'm just throwing my pick towards the floor, right? So I'm not working as hard. I'm all about being lazy as you possibly can, okay? So with your pick is just kind of, you're letting your pick drop in your hand. You're just kind of slinging your hand downward. And I want us to practice these techniques. When you're holding your pick, we're starting with our strumming hand drills. So I'm going to give you a little strumming technique. On every dulcimer, there's a sweet spot that's going to sound the best. And it's usually, I'll take that back. For my dulcimer, it's usually just in this first third of the strumming hollow. And every dulcimer is going to have a sweet spot where it sounds really balanced. So I would not suggest strumming exclusively over the frets, like down here. I would also not suggest exclusively strumming on the far end of the strumming hollow. See that wide variety of sounds? So between point A and point B, there's an infinite number of combinations of those two, and your goal is to find where it sounds the most balanced. And for me, it's right here. I get that nice warmth from over the fretboards. I get a nice pop from a nice attack from the strumming hollow. Also, this is something fun you can try. If you know how to do a harmonic, look for a harmonic up in the first third of the strumming hollow. You hear that? Listen to that. Not that. That ringing sound, that's a harmonic. It's a bell-like tone that occurs at certain points along a string. And oftentimes people discover that the sweet spot is they're strumming right over where a harmonic occurs. Now, I'm not playing a harmonic over the frets. We're used to playing harmonics over the frets. I'm talking about a harmonic that is in the strumming hollow. Notice there's no fret there. But I'm hearing something. I'm hearing a little ringing sound. And that allows you to like tap in to the natural resonance of your instrument. This is real nerdy stuff, y'all. I love it. Yeah, so especially since you're by yourself in your home and you're not in a crowded dulcimer class, take a second. I want you to do this right now. See if you can find a harmonic where there are no frets in the first third of the strumming hollow. Do that right now, and Dan is going to tell me if somebody comments. Comment and say, yes, I found the harmonic. Yes, I found the sweet spot. And then you'll tell me what you find. So what I like to do is I position my dulcimer to where the sweet spot falls naturally under my pick. Does that make sense? So I'm not reaching out my arm, my chicken arm like this. I want my shoulder to be nice and dropped and relaxed. I don't want to look like this. I want to have nice relaxed shoulders. That'll help you play for years and years and years and years without any pain. So let me know if you...
Carol found it.
Awesome.
Cindy found it.
Carol, Cindy, amazing. That's awesome. Cool. Yeah, so keep looking if you haven't found it. It's up there. That's just something fun to find. I love learn more about your...
Star Pony found it.
Awesome. Good job. Star Pony. I love that. That's like a My Little Pony. All right, y'all. So let's talk a little about strumming technique. I'm throwing my pick towards the floor. Think about as if I got a bug on my hand and I'm trying to shake it off, like this kind of motion, loose and floppy, or I'm slinging water off my hand. I want you to notice something about, I will say one more thing and then we'll get into these exercises. I want you to notice something about my elbow and about my wrist. I want you to watch. I'm going to start slow and then I'm going to speed up, and I want you to notice what happens with my elbow and my wrist. So what I hope you noticed, and maybe you can type it in the chat what you just noticed about what my elbow was doing and what my wrist was doing. When you're playing slowly, you're seeing a lot of movement in my elbow. If I'm playing quicker, you're seeing a lot of movement in my wrist. So what I don't want to see oftentimes is I'll see people, if they're playing slow and they're playing with a movement originating from the wrist. To me, this is working real hard. You want the power to come from your elbow, and you want the power to travel through your wrist. So power from the elbow, a loose and floppy wrist. All right, let's play some of these drills. So take out pendulum strumming practice. This is a great way to focus in on your rhythm. So your right hand is your timekeeper. Your right hand is your metronome. If you want to get good at staying in rhythm and also coming up with cool rhythms, focus on your right hand. You also don't even have to focus on learning music theory, like rhythm theory necessarily, but I want you to put into practice some of that through your strumming hand. So this is a technique that in Dulcimer world often is called air strumming or pendulum strumming, where you replace. If you have a long note, you're going to replace those that silence with a little bit of movement to help keep your track. So the first measure has a whole note and then half note, quarter, and then a bunch of eighth notes. So look at the numbers. In the numbers outside the parentheses means that you're hitting the strings. The ands and the numbers inside the parentheses, those are air strums. So notice if I'm going to play, and a whole note's going to look like this: a 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Okay, I don't have to like do this, but just like a little bit of movement will help. And this is just to help embody that. Notice that after every single number, I gotta come back, and that's an and. A 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. If you're a more natural in strummer, you would go a 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Your directions would be reversed, and it's all the same, and it's fine. So let's just so then we subdivide into a half beat, which sounds like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Then we go quarter beats, which 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Sorry, I messed that up. And then the end is eighth notes: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Let's do that whole line. Super easy, super chill. Good. Let's get us warmed up. Practice. Use this to practice your good strumming technique. 1, 2, ready. Go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. I messed up that half note, but I'm sure you did it. So what I want you to do is play through that by yourself. Do it on your own right now. You want smooth and consistent. That's what we're aiming for. I was also swinging that probably a little too much. We'll try to swing it less. So let's move on. So look at the second line. I've just given you a couple different rhythm patterns to practice that you'll see a lot in Dulcimer music. So look, the second line is just some randomized patterns. You'll see a dotted half note. A dotted half note is 3 beats, and then 2 eighth notes. So let's just, I'll just play through each measure, and then we'll do it. All in a row. So the first measure, here I go. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Okay. Next measure, there's a diddy bum, a diddy bum. 1, or I'll say ready, go. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Come back home. Measure 7. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Let's do the last measure. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Oh, sorry, I messed it up. That's on a different page, but I'm sure you did it right. Let's do the whole second line. 1 and 2. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 Let's do the last line. So the last line, I've taken out the numbers and the parentheses, so you got to figure this out on your own. I'll give you a second. Why don't you play through the last line by yourself? I'll give you 10 seconds, 15 seconds. This can also be a great way to practice how tight you should be gripping your pick. We'll talk about that in a second. So let's do the last line. And we're just going to dive into it. Let me do a little less swingy. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, 3, and 4, 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and you didn't give up at the end. You're still making music. You're still keeping time. So I want you to type in the chat, how successful do you feel at the pendulum strumming practice? 1 to 5, 1 meaning you didn't do good, 5 meaning you feel super confident about it. So let's move on to dotted rhythm drills. So let me know how you did with that one, and we'll move on. Dotted rhythm drills is something that I like to practice. Oftentimes I notice dulcimer players will just kind of wing it, and they'll kind of guess, and they will replicate what it sounds like, and they're not necessarily playing it incorrectly, like they're playing the right rhythm, but the motions are not consistent, and they just kind of guess at where they should be strumming. So here's a couple dotted drills for you to practice.
Sarah,
Yeah.
Carol, Sewing, Cindy, Kelly, all 5.
All 5. Amazing. Carol, Sewing, Cindy, Kelly. Amazing. I'm so proud of you. Good job. So let's do dotted rhythm drill. So dots add half of that note's value to itself. There's also a double dot later on in this tab, which you will never see a double dot in dulcimer tablature. I just wanted to throw it in there for fun. But a double note will add 3/4 of that note's value, right? Half and then half again. The first rhythm pattern is a dotted quarter followed by an 1/8 note and then a quarter note and then 2 1/8 notes at the end. So dotted quarter followed by an 1/8 is something you will see all the time in dulcimer music, in traditional music, and I want you to get good at it. I want you to get good at it because it's interesting and it's fun. And too many times, dulcimer players will take that syncopation and they'll straighten it out into bum ditties, or they'll just kind of straighten it, or they're not really quite sure how to play it, so they just kind of, straighten it out to where they can play it. But I want you to hear some really cool rhythmic changes in the songs. So, syncopation is when, a note is emphasized that's usually not. A beat is emphasized that's usually not, rather. So I'm going to play the whole top line, and then we'll go back through it. Let's see. 1, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and. That's kind of funky. What I might do now, just so I don't have to talk so loud, I'm going to mute my strings. Lightly rest your hand on the strings. You're not pushing down, you're just relaxing. So maybe do that if you're finding yourself distracted. So let's take it a bite at a time. So let's just take it one little section. So we've got that dotted quarter. You're going to strum it out. You've made the noise. You're coming back home. Air strum home. And then you have a dot. That dot is half of that, so that's an 1/8 note. An 1/8 note is an air strum out. And then you're ready for the next 1/8 note, and so you're going to come in. Does that make sense? So this is 1 and 2 and. So you're hitting the strings on 1 and then the and of 2. 1 and 2 and. Let's do just that. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 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 stop. Let's add the rest of that measure. It's going to sound like this. 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and then we'll just loop right back into it. So I want you to do that measure by yourself real quick. I'm imagining that you're doing it. I'm imagining you're knocking it out of the park. Let's do measure 1 by itself together. 1, 2, ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, loop it. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and stop. Let's add the next measure. It's a half note. We know how to do that. And then, oh my gosh, there's another dotted quarter followed by an eighth note. Let's play that. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and the next measure 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and you can imagine what a dotted half note, a double dotted half note is 3.5 beats or four, almost 4 beats, almost 4 total beats. But the last note is a 16th note on the way back. So let's try that. An 8th note on the way back, sorry. Let's do, what I want you to do, actually, let's do the whole top line by yourself. By yourself. And then we'll do it together. So play the first line by yourself. Wait on you. Okay, let's do the first line. I'll mute my strings, and maybe you might want to do that too. About this speed. 1, 2, ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. All right, type in the chat. Tell Dan on a scale of 1 to 5 how successful do you feel about the dotted rhythm drills. I want to, I'm going to let y'all do the second line of that as homework. It's the same idea, just some different dotted rhythm stuff that you can play with. I threw in a whole bunch of a dotted quarter followed by an eighth, because that's in a lot of old time music and traditional music. So moving on. We've worked on right hand strumming a little bit with our time keeping. Let's work on right hand picking a little bit. This is not a handout, but just follow along, you'll get it. So first things first, I want you to find a D major scale, and I'm gonna put it in like the what I like to call the first position, 3rd fret and below, and just play what I say. Start on the bass string, pluck each of these notes individually. 0, 1, 2, 3, middle, O, 1, 2. Finish on the melody at 0. There's your scale. Do it again. If you've never done that before, awesome. Now you know a D major scale in the first position. 0 on the bass. 1, 2, 3, middle 0, 1, 2, 0 on the melody. Amazing. I'm sure you did great. So this time, we're going to work on, we've done strumming practice. Let's do a little bit of flat picking practice. So this is a little drill that will help you with speed and accuracy and tone with your flat picking. So we're going to use that scale to do that. Here's what I want you to do. First of all, when you are flat picking, I want you to be anchoring somewhere on the fretboard. There's a couple different ways. Take your pinky or your ring finger and you're going to lightly rest it on the outside edge of your fretboard, kind of wherever you would naturally strum. So I'm going to be anchoring right here, if I am anchoring. Anchor where you normally strum, in my opinion. Some dulcimers are built different, so you might have to change that if it makes it easier. There's another way you can anchor, and this is what I do. Take the outside of your palm, like this little fleshy nub right there, and you're just going to sit down. Just sit down on the end of the dulcimer. So find the bridge. This is your bridge, the opposite end of the nut. And you're going to sit down, not on top of the bridge, but just to the right of the bridge. If you sit on top of the bridge, you get this sound, which is super cool, and you totally should do that sometime, but that's not what I'm asking you to do right now. And now, if you notice, my little dulcimer has a soft little landing spot. It's perfect for that. In fact, I also have this little beveled edge. So this dulcimer was built to be played very lazily, which I love. But this may not work for your dulcimer, and that's okay. Then you'll just anchor in the other way. So when you do flat picking, you need to be anchored. My philosophy is when you're strumming, you want power, you want oomph, you want to approach from a distance, and you want to follow through. Approach from a distance, follow through. So when you do that, you don't need to be anchoring when you're flat picking. And there's some players who will tell you otherwise, and that's okay. My friend Bing Futch, if you watch him play, he does an amazing strum, and he seems to be anchoring like all the time, which is amazing. I couldn't do that. But like there's different ways to do it, and the right way to do it is how resonates with you. So don't take my word for gospel, but it is right now. So you're sitting down on the end of the dulcimer if you want to do that. So now play your scale. Pick a way to anchor and play that scale again. 0 on the bass, 1 on the bass, 2 on the bass, 3, middle O, 1, 2 on the middle, 0 on the melody. Okay, another thing I want you to practice, and this is a little technique that I picked up a few years ago by watching some mandolin players, as well as a few dulcimer players will do this. Aaron O'Rourke does this. I don't know, Mikey, can you like zoom in at all a little bit? Can you zoom in on my right hand? I love this.
I can get a little closer. But
Thanks, that's fine. I can scoot forward too. So imagine, so this is a bird's eye view of your dulcimer, so I'm kind of tilting it up, right? So if I'm strumming out, notice that I'm strumming out or I'm strumming in, depending on your orientation. If I'm strumming out and my pick, notice that the line of my pick is parallel to the line of the strings. Do you see that? See what I mean? And I want you to talk into the chat. Be sure to tell Dan how you're doing with this, because this can be kind of confusing. So, but I want you to get it because it's fun and it's cool. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to push your pick up against the string, and I want it to be flat up against the string, and be sure to bite into it. Use up a whole bunch of your pick, right? Instead of just the tip, use up a whole bunch of it, right? Not like that, but like use up a lot of it. And now I want you to twist your pick to where the left hand edge, or at least my left, your right, see how the left edge of that pick is touching the string, but the right edge is not. Maybe I can show you that way. You see, and I'm exaggerating it so you can see, but you're going from this to this, this to this. Okay, and if you are using a pick like this, it's like has a little snubbed off nose. It's a guitar pick. This will work even better. So I'm tilting my pick a little bit. Notice, look at what happens with my thumb. See my thumb? I'm just curling my thumb. I'm pulling my index finger towards me, and my pick. Look what naturally happens to my pick when it does that. My pick creates that angle. So why would you want to do that? So when you create that angle, what you're doing is you're just rolling the tip of your pick off the string, as opposed to approaching the string flat on. You're going to get more pick noise, in my experience. Listen to this. You hear this tiny little noise? That's the noise that you're eliminating. That noise. And you're rolling the tip of that pick off the string. So listen to this. Listen to this. So I'm gonna play our scale with no angle. I'm gonna play it again with the angle. Isn't that wild? I mean, to me, I hear a big difference. Listen to it again. No angle. I'm gonna do it with an angle. I've just reduced a lot of my pick noise. So we can zoom back out, Mikey. We don't have to be quite up so close and personal. So talk to me in the chat. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Do you see what I mean? See what I mean, Vern? I think I've said we've been talking about that today. So, here's another view. Twisting my pick just a little bit, pulling my thumb in towards itself. You'll see mandolin players do this. And this reduces a lot of pick noise. It also gives you a bigger, rounder tone. And and I do this when I am strumming, and I also do this when I'm flat picking. I'm always angling. Now, here's something really important. If you're confused, I want you to pay attention right now. This is very important. This pick angle stays the same whether I'm going in, whether I'm going out or in. So when I'm strumming out, the left edge of the pick is touching the string first. If I'm strumming in, the right edge of the pick is touching the string first. Does that make sense? So here's what I'm not doing. I'm not doing this, guys. I'm not switching every time I strum. That would be absolutely ridiculous. I'm not doing that. Does that make sense? So talk to me in the chat if you have any questions about that. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you absolutely nailed it.
Cindy said this is new for her, and thank you.
Awesome, cool. I'm glad you can experiment with something new. See how much tone this can bring out in your dulcimer. So all that to say, let's practice that new technique with our scale. Try to, and you're anchoring, you're curling your thumb towards itself, you're curling your thumb, you're creating that angle, you're touching the string, you're approaching the string with the left edge of your pick first. You're rolling the tip, you're rolling the nose of that pick off the string instead of slapping it, instead of kind of having this abrupt slap of the string with your pick. That's going to reduce some of your pick noise. It also has a nice tone. So let's do it. Let's start on the bass string, and you're going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 0. Nice and slow. 1, 2, ready, go. Go back and forth. Out, in, out, in, out, in. Ready, go. So each time you see a number, or each time you play a number, play it 4 times in a row, going back and forth. So we'll start with 4 times. Ready, go. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 0. Do it 3 times. 1, ready, go. Alternate. I messed up a little bit. You can blame that one on me. Just twice. Ready, go. Just once. Ready, go. Ready, again. So let's do the whole thing again. Shake it out. I'm not quite sure what your level is, so text in the chat if you need me to go faster or slower. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit until I hear from you. So about this speed. 1, 2, ready, 4 times. 3 times. 1, ready, go. 2 times. 1, ready, go. 1, 2, ready, go. Again, 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, last time. Nice, let's do it again. We'll speed it up a little bit. About the speed. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, ready, go. 1, 2, ready, go. Ready, go. 1, ready, go. Ready, go. Stop. How y'all doing? Want me to go faster? We could probably go faster if you feel like it. Okay, thanks. Cool. So there's another way to practice your flat picking skills. So we've talked about the right hand stuff or the strumming hand stuff. I'm done at 12:45, correct? I think so. Yes. So we've done strumming hand. Let's talk about fretting hand. But before we do that, take a quick break, stand up, stretch it out. Talk to me in the chat if you feel like it. Tell me how you're doing. Scale 1 to 5. Which one do you feel is the most useful? Tell me what kind of flowers are blooming at your house right now. We've got violets and dandelions right now, and red buds. My strawberries are getting ready to be eaten, almost. Oh, this morning I had all my sweet peas have now officially sprouted. Every single one of them. I planted them late. Okay, let's do left hand stuff. So we've done right hand strumming, we've done left hand strumming, or not left hand strumming. We're going to work on left hand technique, or fretting hand technique. So let's take a look at up the fretboard. Let's do that, up the fretboard. And this is just a left hand dexterity exercise that can help us exercise our fingers and get used to using our pinky and get used to using our index and all the fingers that we sometimes forget about. So I'm going to play it for you first, and I want you to watch my fretting hand. I want you to notice what I'm doing. So I want you to start with your ring finger, and you're going to walk up to 0, 1, 2 with your ring in middle, and then let go. And put your ring finger down on 1, 1, 2, 3, each individual frets, and then down to 1. 1 is back with your ring finger. Now take that ring finger, slide it up to 2. And then slide it up to 3, back down to 3, 3 to 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, and then let on 7. So let's do it nice and slow. Ready, go. You could be strumming this if you feel like it. Let's do it again. Ready, go. Let's do the next line. So you're going to start with with your index finger this time. So before you used your ring finger to do the slide, and now your index finger is going to do the sliding. So you're going to start with your index, middle, ring, back up to 7 with your index, and then slide from 7 to 6.5. Back up to 7 with your index, slide it down to 5, and then walk down. Index is over 5, and then 5, 4, 3, or 4, 3, 2. Index on 4, slide it down. Index on 3, and then 2, 1, 0. Back up to 2, and this part doesn't really matter what fingers you use. I would use your index and your ring though. Let's do that second line. Start at 7. 1, 2, ready, go. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. I like that one. Let's do across the strings real quick, and then I want to give us a little extra time to do the last 2 that I have in mind. So across the strings is the same kind of melody pattern, but going just in the first position, which is this part of the dulcimer. Also notice, look at my fretting hand. What's my thumb doing? My thumb is kind of bracing my hand against the instrument, provides me some stability. Oftentimes folks, I've taught folks that maybe have a tremor, or they don't feel super steady on with their hands, and sometimes this will help. Like they just kind of brace their fingers, brace their thumb on the inside of the fretboard. That might give you some help, and that frees up your index all the way through your pinky to play the notes. So it's going to look like this. Let's do that nice and slow. And I'm walking up using my ring and my middle. And at a certain point, you might feel a bit of a stretch, and that's okay. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. The between 1 and 2, if you use your ring and your middle, that might be a bit of a stretch for you, but that's okay. You can kind of shift your hand a little bit to make that accessible to you, but that little bit of a stretch is what I want you to feel. But don't hurt yourself. So let's take that first measure nice and slow. 0, 1, 2. O. So one's playing, your ring is playing the 1, and middle's playing the 2. And then just walk up with your ring, middle, index, back to ring, and then 2, 3, 0, and then 2, 3, 0 again, or 3, 0, 1, back to 3, 0, 1, 2 on the middle, 1, 2, 3, oh, sorry, and then 2, 0, 2 on the middle. So with this one, 1 is always played with your ring, 2 is always played with your middle, and 3 is always played with your index. Okay, so kind of glue those fingers to those frets, and that'll help you with that stretch. Kind of keep your fingers limber. So let's do that nice and slow. 1, and practice your pick angle while you're doing it. 1, 2, ready, go. We back?
Let's see.
Awesome. Cool. We're back. All right, y'all. We had to take a quick vacation for a second. Yeah. So where were we? We were at across the strings on the second line. That's where we are. You're putting your index finger on 2, middle finger on 2, ring on 1, middle's assigned to 2, ring's assigned to 1. Let's do that last line. 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Use those. Use whichever ones resonate with you. Whichever ones feel like poke you in your weak spot in your playing. So let's finish up. We've talked about our right hand drills. We've done some left hand drills. So let's talk about how do you connect those hands. Check out the last 2 handouts are right and left hand connection, and then the DAD chord shape map in case you need it. That's just kind of a reference. My question for you is, and talk to Dan in the chat, tell me, how many times have you been playing along and then you start getting notes like this? It's not like a total dead note, but it's not quite a total crystal clear note either. It's somewhere in the middle. It's like a little buzzy. It's not this. It's not totally clean, and it's not dead either. It's like somewhere in the middle. So when I see people play and I see that happen, I think we can diagnose that as a lack of connection between your right and your left hand. They're in different time zones. So what is really happening is you are pushing down. Let's say I'm about to fret a 5, and I push down, and I'm almost pushing down all the way, but then I strum too quick. I strum before I get there. I strum before my fretting hand is ready. So these 2 next little exercises can help time up your hands together. My mom is a big sewer, and she's got this expensive Bernini sewing machine that she's had for years and years and years, and it served her well. And she says that, and she's a great technician on it too. She can take that machine apart and fix it. And the reason that machine has worked for so long is because she has done the maintenance that she's needed to do to keep the timing correct, right? So like with the machine, the bobbin down below will loop a string up or a thread up, and the needle comes down and catches it, right? And that's how they work together. The two. The bobbin down below, and then the casing down below, and the needle up top. So, but if your machine is at a time, you'll end up breaking needles, and you'll have a terrible sewing machine. So that's kind of a good metaphor for what we're doing. We got to sync up our hands to where they're working as a team together. We can't be breaking any needles. So let's do that. And I've got 2 different ones to play with. One is called a linear movement drill. And then the next one is what I like to call a constellation drill, which is fun, what we'll end with. So the first one, take your index finger, and I want you to do this with me first. Go like you're about to fret the first fret on the bass string, but don't push all the way down. Just barely touch. You'll get a sound like this. I don't want to hear any note, none of that. I just want a total dead sound. And then, in just a minute, when I tell you to, I want you to start pushing down in the teeniest, tiniest little increments you can imagine, just a teeny, tiny little bit at a time. And you're going to pluck consistently and see how long it takes for you to get a good, crystal clear tone out of your instrument. So ready, go. And I'm pushing, teeny-tiny, push, teeny-tiny, push. And then stop when you get a good clear tone. Do that somewhere else on your dulcimer. I'm going to go to 3. You can do wherever you want to do it, on any string. You might get a little harmonic, that's cool. Push. I got a good note. Do it somewhere else. I'm going to do it at 5 on the middle. push, 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 teeny little steps, and stop. So talk to Dan, tell him how quick, what did you notice? Did it take you a long time to get a good sound? Did it take you a real short amount of time to get you a good sound? And how hard did you discover that you had to press in order to get a good sound on your dulcimer? I'm hoping that you discover that you barely had to push the strings at all. Okay? So the first step to getting a good connection between your right and left hand is making sure that your left hand isn't working too hard, isn't working overly hard. Okay? So you might discover that you have been pushing down on the instrument too hard, just too firmly. Okay? That'll wear out your hand. It'll slow you down. You can play loudly and not press hard. I think sometimes folks they'll strum aggressively and then they'll start pushing on the fretboard aggressively, and that doesn't make any difference. You can press lightly and make a big sound.
I realize I don't have to press as hard as I do.
Amazing! Oh my gosh, it's almost like I've taught people how to do this before. Teaching is just tricking people into discovering something that you knew already. You know this already. So, good job. I'm glad you discovered this. So, let's do this. Take your index finger. We're going to start with the linear movement drill. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to play O1 on the bass, O1 on the middle, then O1 on the melody with just your index finger. Like this. Then go up to the middle, to the 2nd fret, 3rd fret, 4th fret, 5th fret, 6, that's kind of wacky, 6.5, and 7. So the goal of this exercise is to put down fingers and immediately pick them up. Put them down, pick them up, put them down, pick them up, and you're plucking as you go. So let's do that again, and I want you to do that with every single finger. We may not have time to do it right now, but so you've done it with your index. Let's do it with your ring finger this time. Let's skip ahead. Just do it with your ring. Ready, go. O2, O3, O4, O5, O6, O6.5, O7. And your goal is to pick it up and put it down quickly and efficiently without any buzzing. That's your goal. And even do it with your pinky. Let's do it with your pinky. Ready, go. Work out your pinky. Your pinky's going to have a 6-pack after this. Yeah, so play around with that and see how that resonates with you. The goal is to put down a finger and pick it up. Here's what I don't want to see. Sometimes I see this and I don't want to see it. Sometimes I'll see people do a bar chord. That's not the point. The point is to have not sticky fingers. I want you to dancing fingers up off the fretboard. Let's finish up with the constellation drill. So the constellation drill is just another way to practice the same idea of right and left hand connection, putting down fingers and picking them up, putting down fingers, picking them up. So here's what I want you to do. We kind of did this yesterday, but used it in the improvisation class for a totally different purpose, which I love that we can kind of accomplish a couple things. So what I want you to do is I want you to play 2, 3, 4 on your dulcimer, the 2, 3, 4 chord. Play 2, 3, 4. I included the chord shape map in case folks needed to help visualizing that. Look in the first line of the chord shape map. You'll see it should be color coded. You'll see a fretboard, and you'll see 2, 3, 4s in the middle. It's red. It's the red chord on the first line. And I want you to notice that chord shape. I like to call it constellation because that's what it looks like. There's 3 little dots, and there's a line connecting them. Look like a little constellation up in the night sky. So play that. And then I want you to flip that chord upside down. Instead of 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, you can change fingers. It doesn't, you're going to have to change fingers, but you can reorient yourself to where it's comfortable. Linda Brockington uses middle finger, middle string method. And so she kind of pivots around the middle string, which I like. That's nice. Flip it now. Imagine that you're looking at a constellation, and you've created that one constellation in one direction. You flipped it upside down. There's another constellation. They're layered on top of each other. And then what you do is go in and erase the lines in between them. Okay. So now you've just got little dots on your fretboard. And I want you to play each of those notes, each of those dots that you see from the bass string to the melody string. So play 2 on the bass, play 4 on the bass, and let go of 2. Play 3 on the middle, let go, play 2 on the melody, play 4 on the melody, let go, play 2 on the melody, play 3 on the middle, 4 on the bass, and then 2 on the bass. Sorry. So here's what I don't want you to do. Watch me. Watch my strum. Watch my fret in hand for a second. Here's what I don't want you to do. Do you see how I'm lingering on the fretboard? Now, if you were playing a slow, legato, beautiful waltz, you would want to keep your fingers on the fretboard because you want to have that sustain. But for today's drill, the point is for you to pick up your fingers and put them back down. Pick them up, put them down. So for now, get off the fret. Once you're done, get off of it. So play each of those notes, 2 on the bass, 4 on the bass. Let go of 2, you don't need it anymore. 3 on the middle, let go of 4, you don't need it. 2 on the melody, let go of 3, you don't need it. 4, let it go. 2, 3 on the middle, 4 on the bass, 2 on the bass. I want you to do that by yourself right now and tell me how successful are you feeling about that. Talk to me about your feelings. Tell me. The whole point is putting down fingers and picking them up. And we're just using that 2, 3, 4 chord. We've turned it upside down, and we're playing each of those stars in the constellation. That's what we're playing. Okay? So let's do that over and over again. And if you get off sync with me, it really doesn't matter. It's all going to sound kind of cool. So play 2 on the bass. 4, 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2. Your goal is to pick them up and put them down cleanly without any buzzing. You want your right and left hands to be in time with one another. Let's do it a little quicker. Nice, awesome. So let's do this. Let's take that drill and move it somewhere else. Let's do 4, 4, 6 and a half. Let's do one that'll challenge those who are comfortable. So 4, 4, 6 and a half. That's an L-shaped chord. It's a little different. Any closed chord, and by closed chord I mean a finger on every string. So any chord that you see on the chord shape map where you're pushing down on 3 strings, you can do this constellation drill and do it all over the fretboard, even way up high. So let's do 4, 4, 6 and a half. Turn it upside down, reveal all the possibilities, flip it. So I might be using my ring, index, ring, pinky, index, pinky, ring, index, ring. The fingers doesn't really matter for this one. Try that. Let's do it nice and slow. 4, 6 and a half, 4, 5, or so 4, 6 and a half, 4, 4 on the middle, 6 and a half, 4 on the bass. Let's do it by yourself real fast. And then we'll do it together, and then we'll be done for the day, or for the hour. Ready, go. Pick them up, put them down. Quick. I'm fighting the urge to stick my fingers more on this one, I think. Must be that's like a half bar chord. Oh, I got a buzz. Let's stop here. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out with me. We did 3 right hand drills. We did 3 left hand drills, and then we did 1 that combined both of them. When you practice these, practice them. Don't practice them for an hour. Practice. Give 100% of your mental energy to one of these things, and do it for maybe 3 minutes tops. Okay, 120 seconds, right? So just like 3 minutes or 90, right? So just like 90 seconds, not even 3 or 4 minutes in between there. So focus on these like really intensely for a short amount of time, and then be done with it. I don't want to do these all day. I want to play some music. I want to play some tunes. But they're fun when you put them and you challenge yourself. Play them as cleanly as you can, and then start upping the tempo with all these. Play them as quick and as cleanly as you can. And as soon as you start messing up, you will back it up a little bit and play it right at that breaking point. That's where growth would happen. All right, thanks, y'all.
Well, hey, everybody. So, welcome to this portion of the workshop here. And it's okay, we're pretty informal here. People talking in the background, and it's all good. Anyway. So, basically what I wanted to do on this section is talk a little bit about music, kind of when I came into it, and how instruments changed during that time. But first I'll just show a little bit about old instruments. That would be a way to start. So this is one of these scheitholz, and you know, the scheitholz and the Hummel and whatever European instruments, this one gets a lot of credit for being the first, you know, where the dulcimer came from. And these little instruments were pretty simple, and you can notice that they just have staples instead of frets, and but the staples on the body, that's what makes it not be a dulcimer. So I'll just play a little on it, and now hear how quiet that is. Okay, so for amplification, this is what people would do back in this. Thank you. And we got a little table here. Now listen to the difference, what happens.
Is it louder when you open the drawer?
I don't know, let's give it a try. Eh. So that's one of these little scheitholz, and that was easy enough to transport, so people would take these with them from the old country. Thank you, Dan. My able assistant here. And Dan, Dulcimer Dan. So here's this one. I'm going to just start it right up on here. Now this is a beautiful instrument. Here, let me sit down so I can be in the camera. This is a lovely instrument. This is one that, well, it kind of tells about the dulcimer community. Some of y'all might know Linda Brockington, who's a great finger-picking style player from out in Arkansas. She had found this little instrument at a flea market back of this, and she used to come to a festival over in North Carolina at Dulcimerville that Lois Hornbostel put on back of this, and I was in charge of the traditions class, and there would be, you know, I'd usually have 3 other people in that class teaching their style of traditional playing. And every year I would call Linda and say, would you bring that dulcimer so I could show it to my class? And she was always very sweet and brought it. And finally one time she just got tired of me calling her up, I guess, but she brought it and she said, now Don, here, if I die before you, you just keep it. If you die before me, have your wife to send it back. And so now that's the Dulcimer people. You know? I mean, because she knows that I'm going to bring it out and play it, and she's not going to play this style of a Dulcimer. She plays more Celtic and beautiful, you know, finger-picked arrangements. Anyway, but this Dulcimer turns out is a lovely piece. Unlike a lot of the early Dulcimers, this was like made by a serious builder, and I always thought it had to be a luthier or a furniture builder one, because I mean, look at the scroll work is lovely. The thought in the raised fingerboard, this piece down in here, and it's just a lovely instrument. And I always love this part. You know, they would set them on a table so they'd put little feet on them. And this one has little ivory buttons that might have been on a coat or a vest or something. And that's what's on there. And so that raises it slightly off of the table and gives a little bit of a louder sound. So anyway, I love this instrument. This is like just a lovely piece of woodworking. And you know, I'm pitiful. But I'm getting old, so I have an excuse. But that feller John, I can't think of his last name, begins with an H, has a museum up in Virginia somewhere. I can't think of his name. I see him on that internet all the time. But anyway, he knew I had this and emailed me about it, or messaged me, or one of them things. And all right, I'll admit it. I just got the Great Courses catalog and ordered Social Media 101. I'm gonna figure it out. Next month maybe I'll tell you what Instagram is. I don't know, but we'll find out. But anyway, he messaged me that he knew who made this. And not only did he know who made it, he either has in his possession or knows of 2 other instruments of the same builder. And the feller's name was Levi Pittman out of Mount Olive, Virginia. And the thing about this instrument that's really interesting, the one thing I always say about Dulcimer history and about Dulcimer and about mountain life in general is, don't believe anything anybody tells you. I mean, wait until you see for yourself, because I know that people who settled in the mountains, if they don't have it, you know, it's like you wouldn't drive to town to get the right size nails. You'd use what you had, you know. And if you just plowed with the mule you got, that's the way he would say about it. Well, anyway, this one, he decided that most of these old Dulcimers, could you hand me just any one of them? The Ambergy maybe would probably be good. Yeah. So this is another one that's an older instrument. Well, it's really the 70s, but it's an older style. It still has the staples instead of frets. But they mostly have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no 6.5, and 7. So they have that scale. You know, that's the scale that most of these old instruments have. So it would be, you know, the scale would start on the 3rd fret, because you wouldn't have a real scale starting open. You wouldn't have T, you'd have Ta. You'd have that flatted note. So that's how most people make it, and people say, oh, that's how all the old Dulcimers were. Well, this one's from the 1800s, and watch what happens here. I'm going to stand up. It has no 6, it has a 6.5. And that is the older instruments. People just did what they wanted. Now, this instrument, this maker made all his instruments that way because he figured it was easier to get your do, re, mi scale starting open.
Can you turn that so that we can see? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you can see, it's interesting. 3, 4, 5, 6. The little one is 7 instead of the little one being 6. And a little space. Interesting. All right, so let me play a little tune on this, because it's I think, and plus this instrument through all these years notes out. Pretty darn good. Yeah. So, all right, so I always, the tune I always want to play on this is Kitty Puss, but I can't because it doesn't have a 6th fret. So then I always play this tune I learned from Violet Hensley, because she's, well, she's a great old fiddle player. She's 106 now, and so she's the oldest one I know, so I thought I'd play her tune because she's as close to this dulcimer as anybody else I know. So this one's the Goodbye, My Lover, Goodbye. So anyway, so that's that lovely piece. That's a lovely piece. I just love that one. Here you go, thank you. And now, so here's the reason we're here in Hindman. Now, how old is this one?
We think that one was made in the mid-1920s.
Okay,
Ken Longfield, I think, and I think we kind of agreed that it was about 1925 or 26.
okay, so if you couldn't hear, Doug is talking here. He said him and Ken Longfield agreed on 1925-26 about for this age of this. But this is an Uncle Ed Thomas dulcimer. And it was, now he started building 1871 through 1931. Something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, well, he passed away in 1933.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he worked late. Anyway, but these are just the most beautiful instruments. I just love this. This is, now these dulcimers, and most of the dulcimers I have here to show you are what we would call kind of right around, but still in the style of pre-revival. These aren't these, what I call the lap guitars, the fancy, big old instruments that were made by serious luthiers who, tried to make it more and more like a guitar, use your capo, use your, more volume, all this stuff. These are, and a lot of these, now this one has, and they have the wooden pegs, the friction pegs. This is when, as I like to say, one needed to develop a personal relationship with your instrument, because those pegs will go in and out of tune, the humidity, things will change them. But as I'll show you in a minute, my old dulcimer that I played all the way up until the year 2000 had wooden pegs. I never had any trouble with it. Of course, I probably will today because I said that. But anyway, but this Uncle Ed, I mean, just what a sound. Oh, gosh. I mean, this is, just sit me with one of these and leave me be by a creek or just by the wood stove, I guess, if it's a snowy day. Huh? Oh, yeah, I am going to finger it. Because this old one, it's a little cantankerous and wants to be fingered. Okay, so now this is one that got washed in the flood. And so they were saying there's still mud in here. They can't take the mud out to get the label. They're trying to do that. So I figured the only appropriate tune to play would be Sally's Got Mud Between Her Frets. got to put my glasses on. I can't see the frets, and I'm not used to this scale.
Can you still see those numbers?
I didn't know there were numbers on there.
Yeah, they're
I see them now. I see them now. Okay, I do see them now. Let's try it again. What a lovely instrument. I'll just mention they don't string this up very much because it's so old, but what a beauty. Oh, that's just lovely. Okay, so here now I'm going to play this, and this is one of the Troublesome Creek, what, ED1. It's an Ed Thomas replica. Now the difference here is they put the frets all the way across because that's the concession that I made, just because I like to use it to teach, and occasionally I like to go on that bass string, and that makes a difference. Now this one, we can actually not use this table. I'll just put it right out of the way for now. We might take it again. But this one actually has a good voice. And I don't even need to use that little feather. I'll just use this just to, but see now there's a, how it
sounds like a cousin of Uncle Ed's.
it does, yeah. I guess this is in D from last night. Yeah, let's get it somewhere else. So I'm kind of in G. Yeah, close enough. I don't know why, but I just want it to be there. I wanted an Ionian scale. That was the easiest way. But you can see that this is pretty close to that. And these are great. Now these you can buy now. They actually sell them here, and you can just order you up one. Well, I'll just play in any old tune on this. This plays just as good as any Dulcimer I ever played. It's just... Well, we'll get back to that one after a while. So what do we got here now? Oh, here we got Now this here, this is a Jethro Ambergy. And Jethro used to be the woodworking teacher here at Hindman Settlement School. And he learned how to play from Uncle Ed, how to build from Uncle Ed Thomas. And he would build these dulcimers. And I guess that there were, I mean, I hate to tell history stuff around here because these guys know a lot more than I do. But evidently he didn't sell them much until Uncle Ed stopped making them, is what I understand. But they're very close to the Uncle Eds. And this is just a lovely instrument, and I'll do the little noter on it. So, speaking of noters, I thought I'd mention about these a little. You can use most anything for a noter. When I lived in the city before I moved down to the mountains, the most readily available noters were Chinese restaurants. You just go in and get some Chinese food. They'd give you 2 little chopsticks in a little bag, and cut those up. You had 6 noters, you know, and dinner. It's a bargain. Anyway, but this works really good. This is just a piece of dowel. This is just a little heavier piece of dowel that sometimes people, different instruments like different widths. This one has a flattened part on here because some people like to play with a flat piece. And so that's another way of doing it. Of course, you could just use half of a clothespin, and that's a good flat noter. Piece of cane, just river cane. That's a good one. Now, I.D. Stamper, I believe, used a little bigger piece than this. This is a little piece, but he had a wider diameter. I believe that's what he used. He lived over here, next county over. And but now, and then there's, you can buy, you know, it's dulcimers. You can buy anything. You don't need anything. In my opinion, what you need is a dulcimer, some kind of a pick, and if you want a noter, a little piece of wood. But of all the noters, and you can get the fancy stuff if you're into bling or whatever. I mean, I've seen carvings and big fancy things, rubber stoppers so you don't go too far out. You don't need any of that. You need a piece of wood. But this, I thought, was the most beautiful thing that somebody took the time to make. They turned this lovely little thing that actually works. It's really just this stick part that you need, but that's kind of pretty. And besides, it's something you have to take care of. You don't lose it as quick as a piece of wood. You know, so. Oh, Jethro, okay. I was going to play a tune on this, and then I was going to talk a little bit about the 60s and the dulcimer and what happened a little bit. So I'll play something on this, and then maybe one on the Pritchard copy, just to show these, and then I want to come back on this. But I'll play this one here. So. That might be the kind of stuff people would play, some of these pretty little parlor pieces or whatever. So then, I just thought I'd show this one just because it's here. It's a beauty. This one was made by Ken Longfield. It's a replica of a Pritchard. And now I had a Pritchard that, boy, I'm in big trouble because I can't remember nobody's names. But this fella named a band that was a really nice guy from Florida. He's been up to my retreats. His brother-in-law found a Pritchard Dulcimer, again, at a flea market. Didn't know what he had. And brought it to me to see, and I said, oh, that's a Pritchard Dulcimer. And he said, well, I talked to my brother-in-law. He said, why don't you just hold on to it for a while? And because he knew I'd play it and show it to people. And I had that thing for 4 years that I could take around and play. And I made a few recordings with it, and one, just on the recording thing. And now I gave it back a few years back, and I was lacking one, so Ken made this one, and we swapped, and I got it. So, yeah, this one needs to be tuned. Vanna, you're slipping. So, so here, while we're doing that, I thought I'd show. Those old people would play with these turkey feathers, and I just thought I might give a little. I mean, you might have seen this before, but there's always new people coming to the dulcimer, so they don't know what some things happen. So I thought I'd try to do this, but I should put my glasses back on.
Especially with a knife.
Yeah. So let's see if I can get this started. This turkey feather, you just kindly, you don't cut it, you just kind of use it. Well, this is not a happy one. Some of them will just rip all the way down pretty straightforward. So what I'm doing is just peeling it. And now these turkey feathers, I mean, I guess you can buy them. I don't know. We just got turkeys out in the yard.
You can get them off Amazon.
Oh, can you? Yeah, Amazon, I'm hearing.
I think they're goose, probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one is, I don't know, this wasn't a happy turkey. His feather doesn't come all the way off at once. But it doesn't take much. You just kind of keep at it and make a pile of feathers.
Don't wear a black shirt when you're doing that.
And don't wear a black shirt when you're doing it. Of course, don't wear a black shirt when you're doing anything. There, that's how they usually come. And this one has a stylish little tuft. And then this up here would be too thin, so I'm going to cut it about right here. And then you have a happy little pick. Thanks. Coffee stirrer. Well, this is a runny knife. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Thanks. Yeah. And yeah. So this little thing, black dulcimer, black shirt, well, mostly black shirt, white feathers, and a little black holder. Uh-oh, we need the table. Because this is a very soft instrument.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I get to see an Acme Table Company. Okay. Oh, and we better open the drawer. We might be
know that
slow.
now.
We might be slow, but we ain't quick. We remember. So now this is interesting. So watch this. I cut this one a little thin because I'd rather cut it too thin and then be able to cut more off. But now this one is pre-cut and it's a little thicker. So I just think it's interesting to see the different instruments and hear what they actually sound like. And that is the whole idea of doing this.
Which one?
I'm thinking that, well, you know, we did this. I want to just show a little bit. Let me try this one. And let's not use the table for this one. think I'll just go ahead and show you all a little bit of, talk a little bit about how I got into the dulcimer and how this dulcimer fits into it. So, you know, I grew up around in the Boston area, and that was a long time ago. I've been in North Carolina a lot longer than I was ever any place else, including where I was born. And as they say in the mountains down there, they say Don wasn't born here, but he got here as soon as he could. That's, you know, the typical introduction when I'm at a festival. Anyway, but at the time, during the 60s, up in Boston, the folk music was a big thing. I mean, I won't get too into my history, but let's just put it this way. I got out of street gangs by getting into coffee houses. So let's put it that way. And I'd go over there, and it was a big deal to go to Boston from where I lived. People didn't travel to the big city much. But I'd go over, go to the coffee houses, and this one coffee house was relatively easy. It only took a bus and 2 trains to get to. And called the Unicorn. It was on Boylston Street. And I'd go there, and one night I decided I'm going. And this was 1964, so I was like a junior in high school. And it was a weeknight, so, I mean, that was just something I did. And I went to see Judy Collins. And I get there, and I remember it was a Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it was a Wednesday night, and Judy Collins had played on Tuesday. I missed her by a night. And well, I don't want to date myself too much, but to see Judy Collins or whoever, it was $3 in a small coffee house that probably couldn't hold 25 people. And so I go down there. It was down in the basement of these buildings. And I go down there, and the people I never heard of were playing, so I went to see who. I said, well, I came all this way, I'll see what they do. And I went in, and it was Richard and Mimi Farina. I'd never heard of a dulcimer. I mean, it was like, I was just totally mesmerized. And anyway, I won't get into too much of it, but long story short, I went up and talked to Richard at the break, and I said, well, what is that? You know, and he could tell I was just some kid from the streets, and he said, well, it's dulcimer. And I said, well, it's great. I said, I really love the sound. He said, well, here, why don't you try it? And he let me take his little noter and try it. And I said, oh, I should get one of these. He encouraged me to get it. And then I sat and just loved his music. I mean, he had a lot of the old traditional music that he played, like rearranged. I mean, I actually even have some of the lyrics. Maybe I'll just show a little of that after a while. But anyway, so that was 1964. And then in like 1968, you know, I was a very prolific artist, you know, doing a lot of drawing and painting illustrations and stuff. And all my friends were musicians. And anyway, I knew all the words because I had my record player. And I'd sit at my desk and draw. If I wasn't working, I was drawing. And I was listening to music the whole time. So I would hang around with all these musicians. And finally, in 1968, it was these friends that all got together a few times a year, were back in town before they all went off to college again. And one of them came back from California with a dulcimer he made from a kit. I think it was from Here Incorporated. That was the big company that made kits back then. And I said, and we went up to the Agunquit Beach in Maine, and it's this nice beach, and there was a bunch of rocks and the sand and everything. And everybody wanted to go on a walk to the next beach over. This was a rock beach we were on. There was a sand beach, but you had to walk about a mile up on this boardwalk. And so I said, well, if y'all want to go for a walk, I'll sit here. And they all had their instruments. I said, I'll watch the instruments if you'll tune that thing for me. And they left and came back. And when they came back, I had picked out 3 of the Richard Farina songs. And that friend of mine, who was a really good guitar player, he said, you know, here, just keep it till you get one. And so I went home and ordered me one. And my Dulcimer came in the mail. That was I'm not sure when, it was kind of summer, I guess, maybe getting on late summer. And I ordered one from Ed Presnell from down in Banner Elk, North Carolina, and that's what this Dulcimer is. And he sent it up with shipping and the Dulcimer and all together. It was $80. I know, not anymore. But this is the Dulcimer that I would always play then. And in the way of Richard Farina, I played with the noter for a couple of years before I ever... Well, people didn't much play with their fingers back then. I mean, people might just slide a finger instead of a noter, but for the most part, that's what was going on. There were a few that I found out later, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but he would do... In Farina's stuff, I think one of the things I did was... I did that one because then the noter people can see, you can't do that with your finger. That's a noter thing. Anyway, so, and you know, we would do music back then, especially in the urban areas, was folk music. So we would play, I mean, I played that stuff, and we would do, you know, no use rambling, walking by the roadside, seeking out a satisfied mind. Too many highways, too many byways, and nobody walking behind. But if somehow you could pack up your sorrows and give them all to me, you would lose them. I know how to use them. Give them all to me. Kind of folk music. It was Dick Farina stuff, you know. I love that stuff back then. I still play them on the radio, on my radio show. I still play that music. It's still relevant to me. Anyway, and a little aside, I'll mention this. Just because life is a funny thing. In 1979, I guess, I got a fella. I was, I don't know how much to say, but I was cooking for a Zen master up in Boston, and for his household, and one of the students there liked my music and backed me having a record. And so I went over to the studio, and it turned out to be the studio that recorded all, like, Joan Baez and all these people from the folk era. And I recorded my stuff, and the guy liked my music, and he called me up and said, come work on this album I'm producing. I want you to do a few tracks. And I went over, and it was Mimi Farina. It was like, you know. Anyway, so I did get to meet her and did get to play on those tracks, but she was with a band that was traveling, and they left town and never got back to Boston for another like 9 months. And when they got back, they decided they wanted to just redo everything. And by that time, I had moved back to North Carolina. So that instead of having me come back and do that, they got a friend of mine up in Boston to play the uilleann pipes and filled that droney part with him. So it's all good. It stayed in the family. Okay, so let's see. So let's huh? What did I miss? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm ready to do that. Thanks. And this is a beautiful. So I just got. Now I'll get back to that in a minute, but I had missed one, as I was reminded. This is a relatively early Homer Ledford.
About 1947.
Yeah, pretty early. This dulcimer is old as I am.
It's either number 3 or number 4.
Number 3 or 4. This is Dan Cox over here giving me the lowdown. And this is, so this was, he said 1947, and that'll be as old as me. Older than dirt. And, yep, don't add water. Sally won't be the only one with mud between her toes. Well, this is, well, I guess I could do. Oh, I better not talk about that. But here, I could do the. I think Homer liked that tune.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of Homer's tunes, so I thought I'd just play it for him on his dulcimer. What a lovely sounding instrument. I remember I was doing a demonstration lecture on history up at Winchester at the museum, and Dan brought this dulcimer over, and I liked
Bill
it.
Johnson has his piece there.
Yeah. Well, I like to not want to give it back or finish the concert. I just wanted to play this dulcimer. It's a beauty. Okay, how much time do we got? Oh, we got time. Okay.
What do you want?
Let me try the this one. So I want to just show you what happened in the 60s and just talk a little bit about this. I don't do this much anymore. I do it like once a year or something, if I do it at all. So this is like one of these, this was like the holy grail of dulcimers back in the 60s and 70s. This is one of the first serious, like, carved, really good, you know, kind of luthier, well, one of the first except for Levi Pittman in the 1850s. But at the time, we had mostly craft dulcimers. These were works of art. This is a Sunhearth dulcimer. I mean, look at the care they took with all of this. They thought everything out. You know, the tuners, everything, the scroll, it's just beautiful work. I mean, it even has the little feet. It's just lovely stuff. Well, what happened was, you know, I played a little bit before of Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes. Well, in the 60s, you know, Richard Farina, he got his way of playing and everything from Gene Ritchie. And Gene was like, you know, the mother of the dulcimer. I mean, still is, as far as I'm concerned. And in around 1970, I started going around, and I had been playing a couple of years, had, you know, some chops under my belt here, and I started hearing people on records, Gene Ritchie being one, and Howie Mitchell was another name that kept coming up. So I knew this woman that I worked with in Cambridge, and she had had Howie as a high school teacher. And Ruthie Waldrop, hadn't seen her in many years, since the 60s. Anyway, her mom was giving her a car, and she just wasn't comfortable with Ruth driving back to Boston by herself. So she flew the both of us down there to Washington, D.C., and I would drive her home. And she asked if I would do it, and I said, well, and you know, she wanted to pay me. I said, I'll tell you what, if you just introduce me to Howie Mitchell, we'll call it even. So I went over to visit him, and because he was doing things I'd never heard. And so, for example, he would do this. So instead of the way I just played that Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes, he would do like this. Well, you know, my memory of it this many years later, and never quite like Howie. All of a sudden, the dulcimer started becoming like a little guitar harp. And sometime in the last 10 years, I actually went to visit Howie and asked him about it. And he said, the dulcimer it kind of just came to him as a vision that he had dreams as a boy of playing a strange instrument and bringing it to new places, and the dulcimer was it. He was an interesting fellow. And I asked him who his influences were. How did he come up with that? And his influences on how to play music on a dulcimer, Ron would be interested. One of them was John Jacob Niles. And John Jacob Niles, you know, kind of took all the frets off of dulcimers and put them where he wanted, just so he could make his little chords and sing his little, oh, the cuckoo, you know, all that stuff. Well, John Jacob Niles and Andre Segovia. Howie was a classical guitarist before he played the dulcimer. So that's how all of this modern stuff you see with people playing chords and this and that was all from Howie Mitchell. The other thing that Howie did, he standardized the 6.5 fret. He was the one, obviously he's not the first one to put it in, but now like we look at Levi Pittman, but he didn't have a 6, he just had that. Howie put that 6.5 in. In fact, back then, it was referred to as the Howie fret. So this is a long time ago, different way of doing. The other thing that Howie did was he did finger picking style. I don't think I'll even attempt. I used to play a bunch of his stuff, but I know I'll just mess it up pretty bad. Yeah, because I'm not used to this dulcimer. The action's very low. Yeah, never mind. I ain't gonna try that one. But he did this. This was the other thing I saw Howie do that I never saw before. Hammer-ons and pull-offs on a dulcimer. He played Soldier's Joy. So that was a big revelation to me. People just didn't do that. And that's how I started getting, you know, I didn't get rhythm from Howie. It's interesting, the combinations, but I got this aspect from Howie. And then I kind of also heard Margaret MacArthur, who was, these are people you should look up if you don't know them. Margaret MacArthur, you can find her on that internet. She was a big influence on many people. And she played with a pick, but she'd cross pick and then strum some too. I never did play her style. But she would cross the strings with a 3-string, but she knew traditional songs and played them in her own way. And in fact, I had the privilege to play with her up at George Haggerty's festival. I don't know how long ago it was, maybe 8 years, whenever. But it was the last festival that she played, because a few weeks or a month or so after that, she got sick and passed away. And she had invited my wife and I and my brother, and we went over to visit her at home up there in Vermont. And during that little visit, we found out, which was kind of interesting. For one thing, she knew a version of of Old Christmas, the song Old Christmas, and I knew a version of it. And she just said, "You know a version?" You know, because she didn't know any dulcimer players that really knew that kind of music much. But she lived in different places in the country. Her father worked for the Forest Service, traveled around. But what we found out there, and which was interesting, was in like 68, I went on a weekend with the Boston Folk Song Society up to Vermont. And it was mostly, I was into a cappella singing back then a lot, you know, the sea shanties and the British Isles kind of a cappella music, Irish and English music. And that was mostly what was happening up there, a little bit of song, guitar stuff. But there was one dulcimer workshop, and it was Margaret MacArthur. And I was the only one that signed up for it. I went, and I was the only one. It was me and Margaret. And she showed me how she played, and I thought it was really great. But I was still playing with the noter. I said, Margaret, you know, you're incredible. I said, but I'm going to stick with what I'm doing because I'm kind of getting it. And she said, I think you should. And we did. And we just swapped songs, basically. That was our workshop. And these years later, when I saw her, we figured out that was the first time, well, the only time, I ever took a workshop. And it was her first time ever teaching a workshop. I know. She was a real sweetheart. She was a lovely person. Okay, so let's see. I wonder, I was going to show one other thing here. Yeah, get that in a second. I'll see if I can do it with this dulcimer. I love this dulcimer. The action's so low that I'm having, and these strings are tight together compared to how my 4-string used to be. But I'll try to do this. This was a version of a song that I heard off of an album during the 60s that got very popular. We only fingerpicked it, again after Howie. And I got curious about it, and I went and found the record, and I looked it up and to see where was the source. And, well, I'll play the version first. So, like, I've got them worried blues, I've got trouble on my mind. I've got them worried blues, oh my Lord. I've got them worried blues, I've got trouble on my mind. Anyway, and on and on. So it's lovely, I mean, it's very beautiful. But it just turns out that years later, when I was in Colorado, I met these fellows from Asheville, North Carolina, and we played music, and they said, you need to come home with us. People would like your music back home. And so I did. And frankly, coming into the mountains from Tennessee into North Carolina, up around Fines Creek, as soon as I hit that area, Harmon Den, Fines Creek, right in there, my whole being settled. My energy just relaxed, and I felt I was home for the first time in my life. And that's the truth. And I basically hardly ever left. I went away for a year or two here and there, but that was it. I've been there ever since. So here, let me I say that because now this dulcimer, my Ed Presnell, my first original Ed Presnell had a tragic accident and it got ruined. It fell off a car roof and splintered. And this friend of mine who was a woodworker took the splinters and traced it out and made me this dulcimer. And so, oh, and this one's in D. Let's see. Well, this is me being brave and tuning up. These are wooden pegs. These are friction pegs. They are not. But notice this on this dulcimer. Oh, it's good. Okay. So this dulcimer, this is the dulcimer I played. I played the Presnell up until 1976 when this tragic accident happened. When I got this dulcimer, I played it until the year 2000, and I've won. Well, back then I used to go to contests, mostly just because you could get in the festival free and they'd give you gas money. Basically, that was it. And the bottom line was, the reason to get in the festival free was all of the old people were there playing music. And I got to play with all them old fiddle players, you know, all of them Round Peak, Tommy Jarrell, Fred Cochran, Ernest East, Clinton Flip, and all them people, all them, you know, West Virginia people. Just so many great people, you know, Ernie Carpenter and Melvin Wine and all them fellers, Wilson Douglas, what just wonderful. That's why you'd go. Then one day some people were complaining because, well, frankly, I won first place in all but 3 festivals I ever entered. It's over 45. And back then it was in the 70s, somebody from Winchester said, well, you know, I could pretty much guarantee you're going to win if you come out to Kansas. And I said, well, what do you win? And they said, a dulcimer. And I said, well, I already got one. Why would I go all the way to Kansas? It's hot. I lived in Kansas for a few months. I broke down on the way to California. I said, I ain't going to Kansas. You're crazy. I laughed at them. And then I got into doing this, and it's like people think that's something. Well, I still don't care. But anyway. So anyway, let me play that Worried Blues I just played. Once I moved to Asheville, this is how it connects. Once I moved to Asheville, I got involved in the local music. And so many of the great local musicians were still living. All the old great ballad singers from Madison County, the really good fiddle players and banjo players. And I got to be family with a bunch of these people. And it was just such an honor and such a life changer for me. But one person I didn't meet, because she died way before I moved there, was Aunt Samantha Bumgarner. And that Worried Blues I just played, they cited her as their source. So that was, you know, that was played on a guitar, finger-picked and pretty and all. This is more how Samantha Bumgarner played it. Now, Samantha was from over around Sylva, North Carolina, and her and another woman, Eva Davis, in, like, I believe about 1924, went to New York and played and was recorded playing the banjo. They were the first people ever recorded playing the banjo, and I think they are credited with, like, that was even before the Bristol sessions, and it was the first people recorded playing country music. Just 2 young women from over there. And she was always at the Mountain Dance and Folk Festival that was started by Bascom Lunsford, and I got to, later, after I met the Bascom, I didn't play with him, but later I taught with his youngest daughter history of music and dance in the mountains for a few years at the College for Seniors at UNCA. And that was a real treat, and I got to learn a lot about different stuff. But Samantha was a big part of the festival there. I actually, eventually, I joined the Folk Heritage Committee and became the chairman of the Folk Heritage Committee until I figured out what a committee was. and I didn't last long. So, but we got a few things done. Anyway, here's Samantha Bumgarner's version that was originally. This is what happens to the music when people from outside of the culture get hold of it. And, I mean, everybody changes stuff, but it's not good or bad. It's just I like the old ways. Got the worried blues. I've got them worried blues. I've got the worried blues. I can't be worried this way. Bound down in jail. Bound down in jail. Bound down in jail. No one to go my bail. Very different style. All right, well, let's hop over here and try another instrument, and we'll get back to this one after a while. I'll play a few more on it. So now I thought I'd just go around a little bit with these old instruments. I just brought some. These are like what I call craft instruments. I don't know what other people call it. These are mountain people that made a living. And again, this mostly came out of this area with Uncle Ed started this deal where the dulcimer became desirable to tourists and to people visiting the mountains, and they'd take them home and hang them on the wall or whatever. But this is one that was made from Leonard Glenn over in Watauga County, North Carolina. And it's a beautiful piece of work. And the Glenn family, they talk about, I mean, there's a lot of history. This is that stranger from the West kind of stuff, and it's interesting.
The Glenn's father and son were incredible craftsmen.
Oh, lovely craftsman, yeah. I mean, Clifford was also, the son Clifford took over. And I have a Clifford Glenn banjo that's made very similar to this with the pegs and it's all wood. There's no metal on it. And, but this is just, what a lovely piece. This was commissioned for a woman. I have her name wrote down. I got it from, this is one that was gifted to me from Mac Johnston, who, well, Melanie and Mac, I call them the tab angels. Melanie, they keep me in tab because I can't read it, so they write it out for me and we go over it, and somehow they're amused by it, so as long as that lasts, I'll have more tabs. Anyway, they're just sweet people. But this is, again, now these folks like to use a noter. Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure which one would be best on here. Oh, a big one works good, okay.
6.5.
Yeah, no 6.5. These guys, this is a dulcimer. You know? This is that old style and it's interesting, you know, with all the collecting and all the extra frets and stuff, there's something really wonderful about the simplicity of just a straight diatonic scale like this. It's lovely. I mean, I should talk because my dulcimer has the 6.5 and that 8.5. But now, and in my defense, I'll play something later, but I put that 8.5 in 1976 when I first got that dulcimer from my friend Tad, because there were so many of the great tunes that I couldn't play in the right key with the fiddles that I needed that note. So then what did these guys like? They played nice sound, isn't that? Isn't that so sweet? And that was, I'm trying to remember songs that I've heard these folks play, and that was one. But anyway, what a lovely, lovely instrument. Okay, now here's one. So this here one is from Tennessee. And I'm pretty sure this is a Bill Davis. It doesn't have a label in it. But one of these days I'm going to go over to Mike Clemmers and get Mike to verify. But I believe that it was either Bill Davis or somebody in between Bill Davis and Mike that Mike learned from. And you can see the similarities in the shape and I love this little scroll, the way it.
Yeah, I
That-
agree. I agree. And that was Bill Davis.
Yeah, that's Bill Davis, yeah, so it is. Yeah, that's lovely, it's just lovely. And this, and we know it's not,
It's not a kit.
the way we know it's not a kit, and Dan said, well, that's all wormy chestnut, that ain't a kit. You know, because yeah, you can't hardly get that no more. Them trees went away. I'm trying my little one on this. But these guys mostly played with a noter. I think I want to play it with the other one. See what it does. And he used to play that, and then he'd kind of bend the string when he do it, and it was like, well, that was nice, but yeah, it's not me. Anyway, all right. So yeah, let's try that one. So this one, this is a really interesting instrument. I just love this. This one is from Edsel Martin, who lived over in Old Fort, North Carolina. And he was an incredible carver. I mean, you can see the scroll work on this, and look at his scroll and this whole well in here. It's just lovely. You know, the beveled sound holes. And this is a heavy, this would be good in a bar brawl. You know?
Duck Slammer.
A duck slammer. Yeah. This would hold up to a banjo. Oh, almost. And now I really, the Martin family was very creative family from over in Western North Carolina. Edsel's dad, Marcus Martin, is one of my absolutely favorite old-time fiddlers. He has, I believe it was Bascom Lunsford said that he was the finest fiddler recorded at the Library of Congress. And I don't know, a lot of people recorded there, but I'd have to agree. Marcus was a fine old-time fiddler. And when I don't know, it's been a number of years now, maybe somewhere, maybe 10 years ago, I don't know. Don't believe me. They did a tribute to Marcus Martin at Warren Wilson College. And they got, my friend Bruce Green is probably plays the most pure of the older style of anybody I know. He could play more like Marcus than about anybody. And then I played the dulcimer, and his family played the dulcimer. So they had us to play, and Wade, who was Marcus Martin's youngest son, was an incredible wood carver. I mean, you can see that Edsel was a great wood carver. Well, couldn't even hold a case to Wade, who was a genius at it. And anyway, Wade come over and he was there and just sitting there listening to us, sitting outside warming up, kind of seeing what we might play, you know. And he come up to us after we stopped. He said, "When I closed my eyes, I could hear my daddy." Yeah, it was like his, oh, that was just, but anyway, he was an incredible person, and he built a dulcimer, and I always liked that he had a dulcimer that he made, that he put a little lever on it, because there's no sustain on the dulcimer, and he would play Amazing Grace, and he would want it to go. And he would do that. Instead of using his finger, he'd go. Anyway, he was just clever. Okay, well, anyway, this is Marcus's. In fact, when I bought my first dulcimer up in the New England area, the only dulcimers I was aware of that you could get were Ed Presnell or Edsel Martin. Those were the two common ones. I had heard of Jethro Ambergy, but nobody I knew had one, so I couldn't tell. And so I ended up getting the Ed Presnell because these were fancier, and I thought that was a nice dulcimer. But anyway, this is and I'll mention this too, that Edsel used to chord some because he was trying to be modern, and look at how he did. He's got full frets, but when he gets up here, he's got a little half frets. So he's got staples in certain places where you wouldn't need. Well, I won't never need one across there, I guess. But anyway, he was cantankerous. Well, I'll tell one more tale on Edsel that I thought was really funny. He would sit and do these craft fairs, and people come up and ask stupid questions or just be, annoying. And if he didn't like you, he'd be sitting there whittling, and he'd look at you with this look on his face, and he'd take his knife and throw it right into his leg. And it would just go and stick in. People didn't know he had a wooden leg. And he'd throw it right into his pants. And people, they'd run off. Anyway, that was pretty funny. I saw him do it. All right, so anyway, this is, I think, 1963, which is, relatively early. His later dulcimers, they got more teardrop shape, and they tapered up, and then the head would often be, instead of a scroll, it would be a woman's head with hair coming all the way down the sides and going all the way to here. And he was, I think his two favorite things to do on that were women's heads and dogs' heads. And that's what I've seen a lot of those. One of his old dulcimers like that is in the museum at Old Fort. If you're ever in Old Fort and coming up Highway 40 or going down the mountain from Asheville or coming just before you go up the mountain, get off at the Old Fort exit and go towards town, and it's just before town. It's easy to find and easy to get to. Let's see. Reuben's coming down the track, and he's got his throttle back, and the rails are carrying him from home. If the boiler don't bust, 'cause it's heat up with rust, I'll soon be a long ways from home. Sounding old dulcimer. These are these old dulcimers. No, let's go with let's do the Galax. And then I'm just going to finish out, just play a few tunes for people. See where we get to. I could have played longer on these songs, but I didn't know how long it would take to get through all these instruments, and so. Oh yeah. Where are them glasses? Because yeah, it's interesting playing these old dulcimers because they've got, different, the frets are like different patterns or something. I don't know, they're different somehow. And then and now this one, well, in Galax they would hold it more like this, where they'd press down with that finger. Now I learned how to do this from Gene Ritchie, which was thumb over top, and this finger just follows up and down here. I always prefer that method, but I'll try the other. What the heck, I don't know the tune anyway, so. Well, not on this dulcimer, we'll find out. So the advantage to this, and if you're not used to a Galax, this is a reproduction. This one was made by Ben Seymour over at Kudzu Patch Productions. And I always thought, well, isn't that a cute name? And then I went to visit Ben one time. He lives in a kudzu patch. I mean, his house. It's down just before South Carolina from North Carolina. And I used to go to the chiropractor down and just over the line in South Carolina. And it was like, my God, look at all this kudzu. I mean, it was like, there were farms and cars. You could just see the outlines of them covered in kudzu. I said, watch out, no slow-moving children. They'll be covered, And, but we get down, I finally get to his house, and you drive in, it's just kudzu, kudzu, kudzu. And all they did was they cut out a patch to put the house in the shop and the garden, and the rest of it's kudzu. All right. In this country, they don't do it, but, in the Orient, they eat the root. Oh, yeah, it's like cornstarch or something. It's a thickener. Only the difference is that it's actually has nutritional value. You cook a lot with traditional Oriental food. All right, so the advantage to this, and it's got 4 equal distance strings, and they're all tuned to the same note. Usually D, I think this is C sharp. And you would, I think pretty much they would note the first 2 strings.
My understanding, the reason they finger over is to put equal pressure because they gap their strings.
Oh,
What we do is we group them.
I see.
If you group them, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, see, and I don't like the grouping.
Right.
But either way, I don't use the noter much. But the advantage to this is even if you play, your strings to be, one thick, like nowadays, what are they, a 12, a 14, and a 24, or 25 or something. Even if you do that, if you tune them all to be the same, it doesn't matter if they're all the same octave. They could be 2 in the low octave, 2 in the high octave, it just doesn't matter. Then what that gives you, if you're tuned to a D, then if you play open, you get a Mixolydian scale, and if you start at the 3rd fret, you get an Ionian scale in the key G. So this can change keys, so that's why I'm picking this tune to play, and even though I would usually play it very different than what I'll do here. Because usually in up around Asheville, North Carolina, we call this tune Asheville. And I'm playing Flopbird Mule. A different sound.
Oh, yeah.
Bumblebees are flying. Okay. So that's that Galax style. And right, thank you. Yeah. Now that Galax style, you notice that false bottom or the resonator back. Galax is where this originated, as far as I can tell. And this one is a little bit stylized. I usually see them a little bit wider, spacers in the older ones. The other difference here is the in the older ones, this piece and this piece and this piece are all one piece of wood. And on these reproductions, it's a lot easier. So these are 3 separate pieces of wood that are glued up. The older ones, they would make that and then stick it over the box. And I guess it's just difficult. All right, so, well, we've got about 8 minutes, so let me...
We're done when you're done, Don. You take as long as you like, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, no, I figured I'll just, do the... Isn't that right?
Yep.
Or am I too late? Am I
No,
running
no,
over?
No. I'm saying 3, you don't have to cut it at 3. If you run a little over, it's fine.
Was
Yes,
I-
you
Did I go 2 to 3 or 1:30 to 2:30 and went over?
No, you didn't go over.
I didn't.
You're good.
Oh, okay. Well, because if I'm over, I'll just play a few. Who's playing next and what time?
I have to look.
I didn't. I might be going. I was stretching it out when I should have been shortening it up.
That's what happens when I'm.
Do we have a schedule?
Yes, we are over.
Okay. Well then, let me play one tune. Let me play one tune on this, and we'll be done. I just appreciate y'all putting up with this nonsense. I don't know. I don't look at time. What's time? What's that joke? What's time to a pig? You know? All right, I'll play one tune on this one just because it's in this tuning and be done. I guess it's time for something else. I don't even know what. How about 5 miles from town? I just wanted to play something I know. Anyway, I appreciate everybody sitting through all that nonsense. I thought I had more time and I'm trying to fill it. I should have been done. Anyway, see y'all.
Hi, folks. Hi. You are here with my session to learn the tune "Goodbye, My Honey, I'm Gone." We're gonna spend the whole next little bit working on this one tune. Yeah, so you should have the tab pulled up if you feel like doing that. I kind of teach it phrase by phrase, so we can do it by ear. Yeah, so I'm going to first things first. Let's get tuned up in the right tuning, and then we'll learn the tune together. So I'll be using a capo for this class. There's different styles of getting in different keys. Y'all have learned a lot about modes and stuff from Dan, which is amazing. And this is just another way to approach playing in different keys. So if you're in D, we can do this together. I need you to tune your dulcimer down to C, G, C right now, and I'll do it with you. So I'm going to start on the melody string, and I'm just going to loosen my peg. And take the middle string down to G. So if you're tuning by ear, I'll give you a couple notes. Here's your C. Here's your G. Here's your C again. Go to C, G, C. And then you're going to need to get your capo out. We're going to G minor, the key of G minor. And you're going to put it on the 4th fret. How I put on a capo is a little bit different than other folks. And I'll show you my tip for putting on a capo. So a lot of folks will take a capo and they'll put it like right on top of the fret wire. Right on top of the fret wire. I don't do that. I will back the capo up just a little bit to where either they'll put it right on top of the fret wire or they'll put it like just to the left of the fret wire where they would normally fret, where they would normally push down the string. So, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to put my capo to where it's covering up just a little bit of the fret wire. So you can kind of see from this angle, my capo is circular, so it might look a little funny to you, but take the inside edge of that capo and you're going to kind of divide that fret wire in half. What that does is it allows your capo to kind of perch up on the rounded off nub of the fret wire, and so your string isn't being contorted by the capo. So the string's floating along, and if you put a capo on ahead of the fret, it's really mashing it down, and then it has to go back up and over the fret wire. Versus if you kind of perch it off the front end of that fret, the string isn't contorted as much. You can tune faster. Your dulcimer will stay in better tune when you put on a capo. So do that with me right now. Put on your capo in the way that I told you. If you're used to putting it on just ahead of the fret, like right here, try something new for me. Cover up just a little sliver of that fret wire and see what you find. If it buzzes, take it off and try it again. My strings are new. So type in the chat and tell me how successful you feel at putting on that capo in that particular way. Again, you're just taking the inside edge of that capo line and you're just kind of bisecting that fret wire just a little bit in half. So your capo is kind of perching up on that fret wire, so you're not contorting the string. You'll stay in tune. You can tune easier. You won't get as much buzzing. You'll get a sweeter tone, at least in my opinion. So now, when you strum, you'll have an open G, which will be able you can use your flat third to be able to play in G minor. There's different ways to get to different keys. You've explored some of that this weekend. This is just one way to do it. So, now that we're ready, we're in the, type in the chat if you're ready to go, if you're ready to play. And we're going to learn a tune today. This is a tune called Goodbye, My Honey, I'm Gone. It's a fiddle tune from George Lee Hawkins from Bath County. This is one of my favorite fiddle tunes. It's one of my favorite tunes to play. It's kind of crooked. It's not quite even. And it has some really interesting, what does Don say? It's all in the bowing. It's got some really interesting bowing that you can play with. There's some real interesting rhythm things that are happening in the B part especially. That's something George Lee was known for, is his really intricate and complex bowing. So I think Mikey's got the original source recording that I wanted us to listen to. So this is George Lee playing it on the fiddle. Yeah, I love that. I love his bowing. He's kind of existing somewhere between F sharp-ish and G. He's not quite on G, but with we do the best we can. They didn't have standardized tuning, but that's all right. We just kind of fit as best we can. So I'll just teach you this tune a bite at a time, and you can follow along with tablature if you like, or not. You can just pick it up by ear. And we'll just master it. So the first little step, I'll play the whole thing on dulcimer so you can hear it translated, and then we'll take it a bite at a time. Sounds like this. such an earworm for me. I can't get it out of my head. So the first little bite, you're going to start at the 8th fret, and I like to kind of slide up to 11 and 12. And there's a syncopation there. Ya da da da. Do just that much. Ya da da da. Da 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 da. Do it again. Ya da da da. So you've landed on the 11th fret, and then here's one of the harder parts of the tune. It goes 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10, 8, 7. Ya da 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 da. Do it again. Da 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 da. So let's put those two bites together. Sounds like this. And da 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 da. Ya da 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 da. Again. Da 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 da. Again. Da 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 da. Type in the chat and tell me how successful you feel. If you need me to slow it down, I will. And tell me any parts that you need me to repeat. So far we have and rest. Da, 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 da. Here's our third little bite. You're going to go down to 0 and you're going to walk your way up to 10, and it goes like this. Da ba da ba dum da. 0, 6, 10, 8, 10. Oh, sorry. 0, 6, 7, 8, 10, 10. 0, 6, 7, 8, 10, 10. 0, 6, 7, 8, 10, 10. Again. 0, 6, 7, 8, 10, 10. So let's do that whole top line. I'll do it first, then you can do it with me. Do that again. A little slower. 1, 2, ready, go. And stop here. Do it again. Ready, go. Sorry, my bad. 1, 2, ready, again. Up to 12. 0, 6, 7, 8, 10, 10. 1, 2, ready, again. And pesky one at 8.5. So here's the next little bite. You've landed on a 10. That's where you are. That's where you are. You're going to go up to a 12, 11, 10. 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10, 8, 7. Da, 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 da. Do it again. Go up to 12. 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10, 8, 7. Do just that bite. Ready, go. Da, 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 da. Do it again. Ready, go. Da, 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 da. Ready, again. Nice. So let's back up and do and add that to the rest. So far we have and da, 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 dum, da, 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 da. let's do just that much. 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. The next little bite is really fun. If you feel like playing a little chord, this is the only little chord that I do in the whole thing because it hints at a really fun chord change. It goes major there. It goes to a C major. So play this with me. Put your ring finger on 8 and then float your index finger above 11 and then practice this little transition. Go 8, 10, 8, 11, 8, 11, 8, 11, 8, 11, and then add a 12 in there. 8, 11, 12, 11. Do just that. 8, 11, 12, 11. Now if you're playing it with the capo 4, CGC, you can add a cool chord. Get your middle fingers free, plop it down on the middle finger at 10, and you get this. And you hint at that really important chord change because I think that makes this tune really special. So just practice this. Ba, bum, da, da. Again. 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 Notice the syncopation there. Last one. Nice, so you've landed on that 10, 11. You can let go of that chord, you don't need it anymore. And then here's this other phrase that we know. We know that. We're almost done with the A part. The A part's long. And then here's the last line of the A part. I'm on the 3rd line if you're following along. It goes like this. Sorry. Play just that much. Dum da 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 ba da ba da ba. Dum da 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 ba da ba da da. Ya da 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 da. That's 0, 0, 6, 7, 8, 10, 8, 7, 6, so. Okay, and then the last phrase of the whole A part is really fun. It goes like this. For me, I go across the strings here. And sometimes I don't necessarily totally flat pick it. I'll just kind of aim in that direction. So I just kind of aim in that direction. I'm CGC capo 4 learned up. So you don't have to flat pick entirely. So let's do this. Let's take that, let's do just that much. The last, if you're following along in the tab, that's, what is that? Measures 9 and 10, I do believe. Last 2 measures of the 3rd line. Let's do it nice and slow, about this speed. 1, 2, ready, go. Again. A little slower. Let's do it again. Ready, go. Nice. The A part is a little more involved. The B part's a little easier. Let's do the A part several times in a row. Just hit the big points. You don't have to worry about the little details. They'll come later. So this part starts with 8, 8, 11, 12, 11. I'll review you through it. Then up to 12, 11, 10. Land on a 7, then 0. Here's that little chord, 8. And then plop down your index on 11, your middle on 10 at the same time. That hints at that cool chord change that we want to hear. Then up to 12. That same phrase. Third line. Oh, oh, 6, 7, da ba da ba da ba da ba da 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 da. Let's do the A part real slow. Whole thing. I won't talk you through this time. 1, 2, ready, go. Here's our chord up to 12. Again. Do it again. 8, 11. Up to 12. Walk it down. 06, 7, 8. Up to 12. Here's our chord. And let's do the A part one more time. Maybe I'll do a little slower. And take it home. Yeah, that's the A part. In a second, when we get through the whole thing, I'll show you some neat rhythm things that I'm hearing in his source recording where he kind of chokes up on some notes that makes it kind of interesting. So the B part, I'll play the whole B part. B part's a little shorter, which I find interesting. Seems like, or maybe it's just my imagination. Here's the B part. Or maybe I'll do a little up tempo. Start with 0. We'll slow it down and take it a bite at a time. Oh, oh, 6, 7, ya da 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 da. And that's 8, 10, 8, 7, 6, oh. So let's do just those 2 bites. Dum da 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 dum. Dum da 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 da. Dum da 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 da. Oh, oh, 6, that first little bite, and then it kind of repeats the same phrase, just a little lower. Da ba da da bum bum, and then da ba da ba dum. That's my favorite part. So that whole phrase together, and then we'll do a separate, break it apart. So 6, 7, 8, 10, 8, 7, 6, 0, and then now go to 5, 5, 7, 5, 0, 6, 0 on the middle, and then 5, 7, 5, 0, 6, 0, and then the ending da ba da ba da da. 0, 6, 0 on the middle, 7, 6, 0. I like to kind of lean into the bass string and get like a cool, like a, I don't know, like a snarly, like that's fun to lean into. Yeah. So let's do that third line, nice and slow. Sorry. Do it again. So let's do the last. The last line is the last line has no new information. The same phrases that we've played before. So the last line. And then the ending of the A part. Surprise, what do you know about that? Yeah, let's play the B part. Let's play it. Right now we're playing it straight. We're playing it pretty straight. I'll try to make sure we don't swing it too much. That's the whole B part. Let's do it a couple times, then we'll go back through and I'll show you something else you can do with it. 1, 2, ready, go. Last line. B part again. Again. Yeah. We'll go back through and play the whole thing, and we'll loop it, and so you can really get into the groove of it. In the B part. There's something else you can do. Listen, I'm going to play it a little differently. Listen to, and this is what George Lee Hawkins does. Occasionally, he'll do this. He seems to do this every once in a while. Throws it in. So I thought this is fun. So here the difference. He's anticipating. He's shaving off. I'll tell you exactly what's happening. Look at the end of measure 12. There's a 0 there, and the next note is a 5 on the melody string. And what he's doing is he's borrowing a little bit of time from that 0, and he's giving it to that 5. He's jumping the downbeat, which is something that happens a lot in fiddle music. He's jumping the downbeat going from 12 to 13. And then here. Going from 12 to 13 and then going from 13 to 14, he's jumping, he's anticipating the downbeat of that following measure. So listen to it and see if you can catch it. I'll do it a little slower. So let's do it again. Try to jump the downbeats. You can even circle those measures. 1, 2, ready, go. Right here. Right here. Keep going. Right here. And there's the end of the tune. Again. Right here. Right here. Last line. Right here. Yeah, that's really fun to throw in. You jump anticipating that downbeat. I thought I'd also share you real quick if you feel like playing chords. We're in G minor right now, CGC capo 4. So your chord shapes are going to look a little different. Wherever you see a G minor, I mean you could play that. I don't really like that. It's kind of doesn't feel quite right. So I just tend to play I'll just play a G drone there for a G minor. The chord progression goes a G minor F into a C. So it's a really interesting. So your F would be 5 on the bass, 6 on the middle. You can hint at that. And then your C would be just like a D shape, or since your capo would be a D, but kind of a G shape. So put 7 on the bass, 5 on the middle. That'd be your C shape. And then back to G minor. Da ba da ba da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba da ba ba da da. It kind of goes to an E major. So you go from 6 on the middle to 6.5 on the middle. That's really fun. So I'll play the chords real quick so you can hear. So G minor is I just do a drone. Just open G is good too. G minor. F is 5 on the bass, 6 on the middle. C is 7 on the bass, 5 on the middle. G minor's back to nothing. F 5 on the bass, 6 on the middle. E 6.5 on the middle, and then resolve it at G. So I'll just hum I'll just sing it and then I'll play the chords so you can kind of hear. You can play experiment with the chords along with me. So 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. Da 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 da. Ya da 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 the G minor. I added an extra chord in there that I messed it up one time, but I'm sure you got it right. Yeah, let's just play it a couple times. Jump the downbeat, and see what you like. And then we'll be done. Type in the chat, tell Dan how you doing. Do you have any questions or particular measures you want me to go over? Tell me any parts that you need to go over. Otherwise, we'll just play it a couple times. And then we'll let's do a little let's see. At that speed. I've been swinging it too much. 1, 2, ready, go. Again. Here's the B part. B part again. Let's do it again. Let's jump the downbeat this time. Right here. B part again. Jump here. Let's do it again. I'm gonna do a little quicker. play this song for days. I love this tune. Dan, let me know if there's any questions. Awesome. Let me know. Tell me this. Tell me, how successful do you feel? Yes, Mr. Ron Penn.
I just love this tune. I've been wanting to play it on the fiddle.
Yeah.
Do you mind singing it?
Oh.
Once with it helps set my head.
The words? I don't know the words.
No words, just.
Oh, want me to sing it? Yeah. Yeah.
Play it with those.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do that. I can do it. Want me to do it up to tempo, maybe? That'd be easier. Yeah, I'll just let y'all hear it up to tempo a little bit. Yeah. Appalachian scat. That's what that is. Thanks y'all so much for listening. I got them caught up. So now that we're having a big concert here tonight, which y'all stick around, and we'll have a live studio audience as well as y'all. But thanks for listening. This was George Lee Hawkins. Goodbye, honey, I'm gone. Listen to the Slippery Hill recordings. He's kind of playing somewhere near like F sharp-ish, not quite G, not quite G minor, F, I don't know what it is. So play along with him. He plays it real quick. There's also a recording of me playing it on Spotify. You can play along with me on there, so you can slow it down there. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions about it. I love this tune. Yeah. Thanks, y'all.
everybody. Good to see everyone back again. And thanks. You know, last night, Don, this might be dangerous sitting up here with me because last night when I was on the stage, I broke the camera, everything. It just all shut down.
Lost the feed eventually.
Yes.
You're a calamity Jane,
Woo!
Randy.
It was. Not, yeah. But you know what? I'm amazed. We had people that stuck with us and came back and listened to the audio feed and stuck around. And I want to thank all of those that have attended this weekend. And here we are winding up with this is the last session, right?
Last of the workshops,
Last
but we've
of
got
the
a
workshops.
concert
We have
tonight.
a concert tonight, but this is the last of the workshops, and so happy that we've been able to bring this to you this weekend. And so we're going to close up with something we thought maybe you would be interested in. And just tell you a little bit about what Ron and I have been doing this past year, dealing with traditional music and the dulcimer, which is why we're talking about it. So across the Great Divide, fiddle tunes that unite the community, that's what we decided to name the grant that we wrote and submitted to the Kentucky Arts Council. And those of you that are in Kentucky, you know what an active an arts council that we have. They provide a lot of funding for traditional artists, all artists of all kinds, not only in the performing area, but also in the educational area. And this is a grant that they provide as an apprenticeship. So the idea is that existing artists try to expand what they're doing with their art by working with another Kentucky artist.
Sarah Kate talked about a little bit an idea she had for working with Randy Wilson to learn
Yes.
square dancing. You know, that would be the kind of thing
Perfect.
too. You know,
Yes. Yeah. They want to work with artists that can directly apply what they're learning to what they're already doing, and just increase their knowledge, increase their experience, and at the same time increase the community that they're working with on Kentucky history and Kentucky folklore. So my idea was that I wanted to learn some fiddle tunes on the dulcimer firsthand from a fiddle player. And as Ron had said, we got to work together a couple of years ago when we were here at Hindman, and Ron is so familiar with the dulcimer and plays the fiddle. I thought he would be a perfect partner. I know a lot of fiddle players in Kentucky. I've grown up in Kentucky all my life. I know a lot of fiddle players, but I don't know many fiddle players that have been around dulcimer players. And so I wanted someone that would respect what the dulcimer can do, what it can bring to the music, and I knew that Ron would be someone who could do that. And so that's why I asked him if he would work alongside me to do this grant. And so that's what we've been doing. We started.
I have to interject
Yes,
a note
please
here.
do,
You know, I
anytime.
think it's wonderful that we're talking about that right here at Hindman Summer School,
Yes.
because that's where we met. You know,
Right,
so it's
right,
brought
right,
that
right.
back in the circle. But this grant in particular deals with a mentor and an apprentice. And when you asked me about that, I went, oh, no. You know, I'm no kind of mentor in this. You know, I play at fiddle, but, you know, it embarrassed me to be in that position, because there are so many incredible fiddlers I've listened to and learned from and everything, and I'm just, you know, an old hillbilly fiddler, you know, and it put me in a strange position, because also, you know, having been a professor teaching Appalachian music for so long, and that was scholarship and research and everything, it's like, I'm not exactly, you know, I learned from living people, you know, older players, and many of them in this Perry, Knott, Letcher County area. But I also was an academic, and then I realized, well, that's what John Herod had done, and he'd done several of his, and they were willing to go with that, and it made me willing to do it. So you have to look at all kinds of possibilities for this collaboration. There are all kinds of interesting people that you don't ordinarily think about, and I appreciate you initiating it.
Yeah, it's been great, and it is, I don't really think of it as a mentor-apprentice. It's more like two people getting together and playing music.
It's conspiracy.
A conspiracy, there you go, I like that. So it's been great, and so I think we'll just kind of take you through the process of what we've been doing, and for those people, well, most of you watching are dulcimer players, and you think, well, how does that work? How are you going to learn from a fiddle player? And I wasn't sure about, I wasn't 100% sure when I started, could I do this? How, am I going to be able to do this as well? And I'll give a shout out to my play by ear course. This is something I wanted to do to become a better teacher of playing traditional music by ear. I grew up playing classical music, looking at the sheet music. I was paper trained through and through. And
Oh, I thought that was your puppy that was paper trained.
him too. But and so playing traditional music has been it's been something I've learned as I got into playing the dulcimer, and I wanted to expand that by not just copying what another dulcimer player did, but learning a song firsthand from a fiddle player, and then how do I play that? How do I make that song become part of my dulcimer repertoire? So that was the premise of everything, and I think it's going pretty well.
Yeah, I was just, one of the things I've noticed, particularly the last few days, is things that on the fiddle are idiomatic, perhaps because of cross tuning or regular tuning, the way you fiddle them. It doesn't necessarily translate to the hand technique of dulcimer. You make it work, you figure out ways of making it work, but you're learning things that are idiomatic to the fiddle. And just now, sitting in on that last workshop with Sarah Kate, that's a tune I've wanted to learn, and I've started learning at it, but the way she had it capoed and the tuning, that G minor, it doesn't play well on the fiddle, so going the other way is
yes.
a tricky thing,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's not idiomatic to the instrument. I have to play in a strange positions
Right,
for a
right,
fiddler.
right.
A violinist
Right.
wouldn't have much problem with it, but
Yeah,
yeah. There are across the Great Divide. We were originally talking about a different divide,
Yes.
but this is a divide that we had to
Yeah.
bridge in interesting
Yeah.
ways.
So we'll go ahead and get into the slides and kind of take you through what we've been through thus far, and we'll bring out some more of that, I think, as we go along, as we have learned this step by step. So, Mikey, let's go on to the next slide. They're probably tired of looking at that first one. So we've already told you this, that that's Ron and I together, deciding. I decided I wanted to keep kind of a journal with this as we started, so I took pictures in all the places that we've met, and kept a journal of what the songs that we did, as well as just the places that we were, so that would become part of my association with each song. And so that one happens to be at my sister's house, where we met one day in Lexington.
I'm going to have to say a word about that Great Divide again.
Okay.
Part of the grant, as you envisaged it at first, was this concept of there's an old world with those tunes that travel to the new world, and that was one of the great myths that was propagated about Appalachia. Was all of the Anglo-Saxons that came over here and brought their music with them, and it remained trapped in the mountains where no one ever penetrated. And there's truth behind that, but there's also a myth to it. And you said, well, I want to look at tunes that
Yes,
were
that's right.
Irish
Thank you.
or from Scotland,
Right.
Scots-Irish. And I was nervous about that first, because a lot of that was the stereotyping, see the cross British flag and the American flag at the American Folk Songs Festival. It used to take place at Ashland, and the parade of history that had all these English, kind of people, and then the pioneers and the Indians or Native Americans. And there were certainly tunes that passed over and got transformed and commonality, but there was so much African American, presence to it. Germans, Scandinavian, all kinds of other
Yes.
influences that we've had to.
Certainly the melting pot that we always, the phrase that we hear is true.
Right, and
Yeah.
tunes they're just made up here,
Yeah,
but the
yeah.
traditions persisted. And, people say sometimes that the sound of the dulcimer that's a bagpipe. It's much easier to make than a bagpipe, and you've got that drone. And, the reason the fiddle technique sounds so much that way is I play a lot of drone stuff with it as well, like a bagpipe. So perhaps there's something about that sound, even at the core of it. So
Yeah.
that's part of your title.
Yes, exactly.
And the
So
grant.
it brought in, we tried to, circle around a great big globe of topics in this, and we kind of hit on a lot of that as we went through. Let's look at the next slide, Mikey. So the first time that we got together in near Bardstown, Kentucky, my family has a cabin there, and I love the name that it's in, Spooky Hollow.
Spooky Hollow.
I thought this will be a great place to learn.
And we
a
were
fiddle
right there
tune.
at Halloween time
Yes,
too,
we
one
were.
time.
Yeah. So I asked Ron to go ahead and let's think about Kentucky, those either Kentucky fiddlers, or songs that are very popular, fiddle tunes that are popular in Kentucky. It doesn't necessarily have to be all Kentucky fiddle players, but we did start with a Kentucky fiddler, and I won't say too much about Estill Bingham because you did an entire hour on him yesterday.
Yeah, right, with Don Petty.
Yeah, with
and
Don.
Estill Bingham's near and dear to my heart. But,
Yeah.
remarkable fiddler. But this is one, it wasn't played much until,
Yeah.
started playing it. And
Yeah.
then once it's interesting how a tune finds a life of its own again. You start playing it at a regular jam and people hear it, play it, and it spreads. It goes to a fiddle festival somewhere, it could be a cliff top or a Swannanoa gathering, and other people hear it. And the next thing you know, it's in national circulation.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting
Yeah.
process of how it moves from, Bingham Holler, where it was very localized, probably his father Noah's tune, and then becomes heard widely.
Yeah, and that's part of what we wanted to address also in this grant was, that fiddle tunes, and I have to say I was a late bloomer to fiddle tunes. When I first started playing the dulcimer, I really didn't want to have anything to do with fiddle tunes. They were kind of foreign to me, having not really grown up with that. And this has been so helpful for me to really understand what goes into the building of a fiddle tune and how it becomes part of you as you learn it. And then as I'm going to teach it to you, it becomes part of you, and that whole like you said, it develops into community. Your community plays it together and you share it. And it's just developed a whole new appreciation for me and how that bonding of a fiddle tune happens. So let's look at the next slide, because there is a copy of Old Aunt Jenny that I tabbed out. So when I would, so the process that we would use was that Ron would select a fiddle tune that he wanted to share, play it for me, I would listen, and the first thing that you have to do is try to figure out what key it's in, and like Sarah Kate was talking about in the last session, how am I going to find that key on the dulcimer? What's the best way to play that? So this one was a G tune, and I've tried several different ways of playing it. I think I found the place that I like to play it now after getting my Dulcimer from Dan, and this is tuned in G, and it is in an Ionian tuning, and I had the tab that we're going to actually play it on is going to be as if you're playing in Ione, because we're going to capo in G. So that was the sound I was going after, and then when I got the dulcimer, it all fell together. So why don't I'll play it through once, just let them hear it on this. Then I'll pick up the dulcimer and we can do it together and kind of go through that process. Since you have this music, this is one of the tunes that you have tabbed out, we'll go through that together. So. That's Old Aunt Jenny, and I don't know if I did that A part twice or not, but that's usually, Ron usually has to help him keep track of that. So that's the sound that I was going for on the dulcimer, and I'm so glad to have that now that I can play. But when we first started, I had to find a way to do that. I had this tuned in D-A-D and trying to think and I think I tuned this string down to G. I did open G, and then settled on trying it with the capo. And that's the music that you have today. So
I think it's really important to think about that, the tab that you're looking at there. It's possible, this already existed in some versions. It had been transcribed in the Milner-Coken book, I believe.
in standard notation.
In standard
Yes,
notation,
yes.
not tab. And, that was from one, it kind of sets it down, this is how it's supposed to be when you see it like that, it's the voice of God. And, every time he played it through, it was different, and there's so much nuance. And that's the beauty of what we were doing, was learning them without it, and then you did your transcription from
Right.
our playing and got kind of a model of what it was.
Yeah, the transcription came much later, so we would learn it. He taught it to me, just in the oral fashion. And then I recorded him, took the recording home, would listen to it over and over, or whatever times, however much it took. So I did not try to write it down until I knew I could play it. And I knew I had it in my head. And then I would scratch out, the notes. And for me, actually, because I do read standard notation, it's actually quicker for me just to write down the notes rather than writing out tab. It's just easier for me to write B-A-G as I go. And then what I usually do is kind of scratch out the melody, then start adding some stems in for the rhythm. Then the last thing that happens is that all those rhythmic things that you have has to start fitting into like measures. And then you start trying to figure out, did I actually get 4 beats in that measure? And then we find out some of the tunes are a little crooked.
And this is one.
And it didn't fit.
Right away, the very first one doesn't fit quite right.
Yeah, so I had to learn a bit about crooked tunes and how to make that work.
I think that's really, we didn't think about it at the time, but this methodology, this process is really, if you are playing dulcimer out there, and so many people are just used to playing whatever's on the tab that they have in front of them, all of a sudden do it live first, and then maybe create your tab.
Yes.
It's a different experience entirely.
Yes, it is. It's very different. I encourage you to do it yourself. So I would like to, Ron, you play it, or at least the A part, and play it all the way through the way
Well,
I
we
heard
can play it together.
Okay. one time, and I start doing that. So we had to, much like, again, I keep referencing Sarah Kate, much like she just did in that last session. He broke it down phrase by phrase for me. And the difference was that I didn't have a dulcimer player showing me what fret to play on. I had to just listen to it, try to find it, and work out which pattern I wanted to, how I wanted to do it. Did I want to do a cross string, down, what octave, and I found that it worked both in two octaves if I had my capo on. Today was the first time I actually had played it on the Dulcimer, so that I think it's going to work really great in that. And that was one of my goals, was to try to make each tune have its own unique little space, a place, I should say, place on the Dulcimer for me. And so I think I like playing it with the capo, and I think this is the way I'll teach it and share it, because not everyone's going to have this instrument to play on. But I like to hear it on this as a fiddle tune, but I think it works great in DAD with the capo. So you've got the tab there, and I would like to just play it slowly now so they can play along with us.
Okay. One other observation. I have to say, we were in a very privileged position to be working together and collaborating, conspiring. So often, fiddlers won't, it's hard to learn from other musicians sometimes. It depends on how generous they are with their time, and
yes.
they don't want to show you what they're doing. Some do, and some don't, and some are secretive about it. And could you slow that down? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and I mean they won't do it. And we had the luxury of being able to play one phrase, and then you getting it, and the next phrase, let's correct that one, and that kind of relationship is wonderful to develop with another live musician, and that, for those of you in the workshop, that's something to cultivate and think about, and develop friends with people who are willing to take the time to do that.
I think it's very rare. Ron was very patient with me, because some days my ears were hearing it pretty good and I could pick it up pretty quick, and other days I was like, oh, you got to do it again. You got to do it again. And he was very patient to repeat it as many times as I needed it. So so what's an example of our learning speed? Like if I was listening to it for the,
We probably play it at tempo first time, and then go. Try that whole
and that's
phrase
exactly how I would do it. I would just hear it and find it. It's like, okay, there it is. I think I got it. Yep, there it is.
And it helped a little bit that I play some dulcimer, because then sometimes I could go 3, 2, 1, 3, a little bit.
Yeah, so let's just slow it down. You've got the tab. I'm not going to go through phrase by phrase to teach it, because that's not what this workshop is, but we thought on this example, at least, you would go through it, the process of working through it slowly and then getting to it. So let's just play through it once at a slower tempo, more like. And this is also something I want to say to my dulcimer friends out there, is that when you're learning something by ear, to me, the drone strings can get in the way of you hearing the melody. So I would suggest that you don't start off trying to strum. You've got so many sounds going on in your ear. What I would suggest is just trying to find that one note. Because that's what you're looking for. I'm looking to see, can I find the exact notes of the melody? And then I can add strums and rhythm and all that later, but just break it down to the very bare bones of it.
Okay, why don't you set the tempo?
Okay, let's go about. Oh, did Jenny win the night? 1, 2, 3, 4. even think about adding chords until, as I said, I got the whole melody done, and then there would be times when I would think, okay, I think I do want to go to that, emphasize that C chord. And a couple places where you could put a G chord, or, and experiment with that. And I loved one thing, that advantage of using the DAD with the capo, I did like going to an E minor chord there when we got to the extra 2 beats. So every instrument that you decide to play it on, however you decide to do it, you can choose to add the chords, not add the chords. And it's gonna, have a little bit of different style to it.
Yeah. I like the way you thought about each one of these tunes as a separate life that developed an arrangement as we went from, just playing it first and learning it as straight as possible, and then, well, what's the right instrument for this? Which
Yeah.
dulcimer? Or, oh, maybe this one's going to work on the harp.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
I
or
think we even played this one on the whistle.
I think we probably.
Yeah, I think we did. We did. Yeah. So we found, it can work on the whistle as well. So,
Yeah.
all right, we'll keep moving along because I know we've got several slides to go through, but that's basically the process that we went through, really on every song. And I would say each session we would try to get at least one new song in. Sometimes it was 2, depending on the history that we talked about with each one and or how involved. I would say Aunt Jenny was probably the shortest, easiest one that we did. That was a good choice to start off with because I felt empowered that it was like, okay, I think I'm going to be able to do this. The next one turns out to be one of my very favorites. Well, now they're all kind of my favorites, I guess, in different ways. But we met again at the cabin, and you can see, Ron's from Winchester, so we had to have L8 with us. And I had to have it was near Halloween, so I had to have my popcorn and candy corn mix. But you see how we just, we would just settle in for the afternoon and work it out. This was, Moonlight was a tune from the playing of Wallace Thompson from, again, Greene County, Kentucky. This is one that we thought might have a hint of crossover across the pond because Ron said he would say it was the most Scottish tune that this player knew. And it's a great tune. I love Moonlight. It's, I think, did you play this with Don, I think, the other night? But
Right,
yeah. Why don't you show the next slide, Mikey, because we've got a tab there. I know you might not be able just to read that, and eventually all of this tab will come out in a collection, and I'll be teaching all of these to dulcimer players, but they're not quite ready for publication yet. So interestingly, this one, as we started talking about the 3-part fiddle tunes, well, that was another thing to talk about. It was like, okay, not all fiddle tunes are 2 parts. This one happened to be 3-part, and we started talking about other tunes like Cumberland Gap, which is a very popular fiddle tune in Kentucky. And then we had a long discussion about all the many, what am I trying to think of, the versions, how many different, people play it in different ways. Cumberland Gap is played in a lot of different, so it's hard to know. As I keep telling my students, do in Rome as the Romans do. If you're with a fiddle player that plays it this way, then that's how the song's going to go. So we talked a lot about these 2, and we were getting ready to play a concert with my group at for the benefit concert, and I think we played the Cumberland Gap on that. So that was another reason why we decided we wanted to work on that.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And I have to say, place is very important. You know, the landscape where you're playing, you know, you look at the hillside right there and it looks like a fiddle tune being transcribed to me, you know, and the shape of them, the twistiness of the hollers here, you know, and the Kentucky fiddle tunes tend to resemble the contour of the land. I mean, it's tied to it
Yeah.
in interesting ways. I was really interested that Cumberland Gap, they have an interpretive center there and a, you know, state park and all of that, or national park.
Yeah, it's a great
And
park.
it's beautiful. It's a fascinating place, you know, with 3 states coming together, and, you know, it was the one way that everyone came through by land if they didn't come down by the river there at Maysville, or Limestone, is what it used to be called. But Cumberland Gap, they had a soundtrack that they did for the interpretive film, and it was well made and everything. What's the one tune they didn't play?
Yeah.
Cumberland Gap, you know, I had to write them and complain about it, of course.
Do you think
but
they've added it?
I doubt it, I doubt it. But no one ever listens to me.
So I thought what we would do with this, because actually both of these have been played this weekend. I think we played Cumberland Gap the first night with the whole band, you know, with all of our performers up here as a jam tune. And then I think you've played Moonlight with Don. But what I also wanted to bring out is that you know, it takes a while to get the fiddle tunes in your head, on your fingers, and up to the fiddle tune speed, which is why Ron has been so patient with me not to force that tempo. And I think that's something that you have to give yourself permission to not expect to play up to speed until it's there. Just let it come, and then eventually, if you really know the song, the speed will come. So what I'd like to do is play Moonlight for you. It's one of my favorites, but I can't play it as fast as Don can play it. Don's played it for many years, and that's what it takes to build up speed. But I'd like to play it at a little slower tempo, and I love it. I love it on the Dulcimer in a slower tempo, too.
It works
Yeah,
that way.
yeah, it does,
Well,
so.
think about the moon, how changeable the moon is. Sometimes you get a new moon, sometimes you get a big full moon, you know, big round full
Yeah.
moon, and you know, I like to think about this as moonlight. I think it was Don was talking about it as moonlight being a party, you know, where you kind of give like
Yes.
a pounding, where you bring things for people. But I also like to think of moonlight, and that third section for me is like when the moon breaks through the clouds, you know, and ways of thinking about a tune
Yes.
that set it in your head and
Visualize.
make it something
Yeah,
more than
yeah,
just notes on
yeah,
a page
yeah,
if you're reading
yeah.
tab.
Now, is this the one that I think, do you play it an octave higher than I do? Was that,
I might-
start it for you, or let's see, how do you usually play it? Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, so he started it at pi, and I'm trying to find those notes up there. Well, one thing that I tried to do during this learning curve is on, you know, many times I knew that it's going to be really hard for me to get that speed staying on the melody string, and I knew that I could get more speed going across the strings, and also just I just liked it sometimes down an octave more. So even though I usually pick them out in the same octave that he did, but then as I would work on it, I'd find, oh, you know what, I think it's going to do better if I take it down an octave. You know, I would have to fudge a couple times, sometimes going back to that middle string, but that's something that I've given myself permission to do, is not necessarily always keep it in the same octave that the fiddle was playing, for the sake of how I'm going to be able to play it on the Dulcimer.
Yeah,
What's the
again,
best
that's
way of
what's
playing it?
idiomatic to
For
my
my
fingers,
instrument, yeah.
and how do you make it happen on
Yeah,
with
exactly,
yours?
yeah.
you know?
So can we play it at about... parts to it. And again, if Don was sitting here playing it, I'm sure his interpretation is going to be different from mine.
Yeah, and I've drifted so far away from the way I first heard it too. Yeah.
And of course, and you know, Ron's not playing chords with it, but again, there were places where I heard, you know, I wanted to put the G chord in. There were places I wanted to put wanted to go to the A chord, and so, you know,
And
I
particularly
think
that third part, you know,
oh yes,
I
yeah.
you know, I'm
Yeah.
droning, but I'm also playing
Yeah.
chords, suggesting chords. Yeah.
Yeah, so when he's not doing chords, but yeah, he's putting that extra string in. So I'm trying to find a way to do that, yeah, on the dulcimer as well. So, all right, let's keep moving. That's our moonlight story. Yeah. So it just so happened about a month into our journey of this, or a couple months in, I had a trip scheduled to go to Ireland, and it was an arts group. We did watercoloring, we did music. Our host over there was Conal O'Grada, who is one of the very best Irish flute players in Ireland. He's amazing. And we got to go to his house, sit and enjoy being with him. And one day he said, "All right, ladies, get your whistles out. We're going to learn a tune." And we sat down on the grass, and he taught us this tune. And he said, "I'm teaching it to you because it's what we think of as an American tune." But he said it's actually a tune that's heard all over the world in Irish sessions, in American sessions. You can hear it in German sessions. And so he said it's kind of a universal fiddle tune. It is, and his version that he taught us actually had 4 parts to it. So we've done 3 parts. This one had 4 parts. And I know you recognize the name, Bonaparte's Retreat.
Beef, it's what's for dinner.
There's a whole story behind that.
Oh, yeah.
And so when I came back, I was so excited again. He taught, you know, Conal O'Grada taught us this tune. No music, he taught it to us by ear. We played it in the session that night, which was such a thrill to get to play with the other Irish musicians. I had a recording of it, went back home, went through the same process that I'd started doing with Ron, and wrote it out note by note as close as I could so that I could have the record of it, and that would be, you know, part of my journal of this journey. So I'll just play it for you. It's such a cool tune.
Yeah. Do you care if I
And-
join in?
yeah.
Play it twice, and maybe I'll
So
join
I'm trying to teach
I'm
him
trying to
something.
learn this one. It's conspiracy.
Yeah. So you'll recognize some parts of it sound really a lot like our American Bonaparte Retreat, and some parts don't at all. So. think he's about got it, doesn't he?
Starting to learn it.
So, and my goal is to have the actual tab written out for that as well. I haven't even tried to play it on the dulcimer. I've just played it on the whistle, and I will. I think it'll work though. See, I've got to work out how am I going to do those little those little triplets and get them in there. So, but I'll work on that. So.
There's another thing that just raised a point for me about learning. I play, some guitar and dulcimer and mandolin and stuff, so I can watch. If it's a tune I don't know and I'm learning from somebody, I can learn from watching pretty much where their fingers are, and I know where they're going. The instrument I hated the worst trying to learn from, Dave Rice was a great harp player from Ohio. But everything's like right in here. It's like you can't.
That's true.
You can't. You have to
No clue.
listen. You have to listen. There's
Yeah,
no
no
visual
clue.
learning.
Yeah,
And with
yeah.
that tin whistle, I mean, there are very few clues as to where you're really going with that.
It does
so
make a difference whether or not you play
How
the
you learn.
instrument. It makes a
Exactly.
huge difference. But now I'm all. I'm excited for this. See, now I have not played that song on the dulcimer at all, but because I know it in my head, that's how quickly it came. That's the very first time I played that on the dulcimer. But I know the tune in my head, so it's huge. Yeah. So I'll get around to putting tab on that. What's up next? Yeah, so I might have gotten those slides slightly out of order. So there we are playing at the Hindman Settlement School.
No, that's the
I think-
briar
you know
with all
what?
the roses.
I believe that when we moved that over to PowerPoint, it did something funky with that text down there because that date looks like October written in some kind of Arabic language.
Two text layers on top of the other.
Yeah. So that was our first opportunity to play some of this music together and share it with others, which is part of what our grant stipulations were also, and part of what we're doing here is sharing. And then on stage there is a great Kentucky fiddler, John Harrod. If John Harrod, I don't know if anybody knows, well, maybe Bruce and great, but John knows so many fiddle tunes. He is so familiar with traditional music in Kentucky. So we were honored to be playing with him that night on
And
stage.
his wife, Tona.
And his wife Tona. Yeah, they're both great musicians. So, all right. And then I got to learn what has probably become my favorite song of the fiddle tunes that we've been doing. I don't know, every month I come back and say, that was my favorite.
Some have taken you a while to,
Yeah.
and it's interesting why you have the tunes in your repertoire that you do. Everybody, there are a bunch of tunes I can play if somebody starts
Yeah.
somewhere, but they're not really part of me,
Right,
and
right.
some are so important to me and they're part of who I am and I've made them
Yeah,
my own.
yeah.
And, I've inflicted these on you and some took a little while
Yeah,
longer for
yeah,
you to find your way
yeah,
to them
yeah.
or care about them. And
Yeah, that's true. And I think that's what's another thing that's really great about this, and it is the purpose of this art, of this grant, is that we are learning from another person, and that those memories associated with that tune are going to be associated with that person as well. That's what this folk arts grant is all about, is that connecting the art with the person. And so I see how that is so true. So we're actually not going to play Goodbye, My Lover, Goodbye. I'll give you a little hint. You get a little teaser. We're going to play it in concert tonight on the Corton Dulcimer. So you have to come back to the concert tonight to hear
if you
that
want
one.
to see me in a dress. Nah.
But this is, yeah, and you all have, actually Don talked about this today, so that's why I don't want to go into it too much, because Don played it on during his demonstration today. He played and talked about Violet Hensley being 106 years old, and oh my gosh, amazing. So.
Yeah, it's not a mistake having that hyphen at
Not
the
a
end there with
mistake.
no number following
She's
it.
still living. I think go to the next slide. I believe you'll see a picture of her. She's not quite 100 in this picture, of course, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's a little hard to read it. It's Violet Hensley, the Whittling Fiddler, and she's from Arkansas. She built over 90 fiddles and celebrated her 100th birthday on the stage of the Grand Ole Opry. What a way to celebrate your 100th birthday. So this one I do have tabbed out, and those that are in my playing by ear class, guess what? This is going to be the song that we culminate, we've been together since January. I'm so proud of these folks. And this is going to be our last song that we learn. So I'm passing it along to the Dulcimer community, and we'll be learning that in my play-by-ear course, which you can still sign up for through Lesson Fest. All right, let's go on to the next one, because you'll be hearing that one later. Cookhouse Joe. Again, you all heard this. I know not everyone has heard every single session that's been here this weekend. This one is Estel Bingham, a song also. And I have to say, it's one that I didn't love at first. And it was like, I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to find this one. Maybe because it was in the key of A. I just simply don't play as much in the key of A as I do in D and G. So I had to find it in the key of A, and then also the fact that it was in Mixolydian. So yeah, and when I worked through this one, I tried it in a lot of different places on the Dulcimer. I, of course, used capo and did it. I also tried it with my banjomer in A, which I still like, and I'm going to keep working on it. But I remembered I had this little dulcimet, or Sompranino dulcimer. This was made by a gentleman in just very near and dear to me geographically, and a great friend, Dennis May, no relation to Warren May. And yeah, he's actually a tooth maker by day and a instrument maker by night. And so I thought this might be a great instrument for Cookhouse Joe, because I do play this in the key of I do keep this in the key of A. I know it's a little soft. You can hear it. And here's the Mixolydian part I had to work out. I think it works pretty well on that. So you want to play through it once together? I'll try to prop this up. I forgot my strap, so I'm kind of... Some slide, and so we, again, I'm trying to work, how am I going to do a slide on the fiddle on the Dulcimer, but that's why it actually worked better for me to do it in an open string, because when I was capoing on, this is another thing I kind of had to learn. Okay, I can't capo to A if my capo is sitting on the A note, So, or the C sharp or whatever note that starts on. So, you know, you kind of have to work around how am I going to get that slide. Well, we slide on the dulcimer, so yeah. So I have now bonded with Cookhouse Joe.
What was that
It
other
just took a
instrument
little-
you were playing it on?
The banjomer or I know a lot of people have the kind of banjo dulcimer hybrid, and but I've restrung that and it's still kind of settling in, so I didn't bring that. But I'm trying to work out a finger picking pattern that I might end up playing that tune on. So still in the works.
Good.
All right, what's next? And then it was getting close to Christmas time, so I made Ron a nice wreath since he's been so patient and helpful for me. So that was we took a little break during the. Now isn't that interesting that one of those texts you can read and the other one you can't. So I don't know what that little PowerPoint's doing there, but yeah. And then I guess so when we were together, then we started working on, go ahead and go to that next one, Bullfrog on a Puncheon Floor, another Estel Bingham. And you know what, we only have a couple minutes left. I think you and Don played this one the other day, didn't you, maybe? Or maybe we played it in jam, I don't know, they're all running together.
Yeah, I know, I'm sure I played it.
We only have just a couple minutes left, so what I think instead of playing that one, or we might take them out with that one, but this one, I don't know if I put it on the tab. Oh yeah, I did put it right above it. So this was one that I decided I did not want to capo when I learned this. I wanted to have my full fretboard, so I ended up tuning it to D, G, D. So like a reverse Ionian, and I think it sounds really great now. Again, when I first started learning it, it's like, I don't know. But then when I found just the right tuning, just the right place, now I really like it. And I know what, why don't we go through the slides and then we'll come back and play that at the end as people are, as we're leaving. Oh boy. Now here's another one though, Durang's hornpipe. This is one, again, it was on my list for crossover tunes and I wanted to learn it to see, okay, what is the possible Scottish fiddle crossover? Basically, we found out that we don't really know what the origin of this. It is something that's played in both Irish culture and American culture. We're really not sure where it came from. We do know that Bruce Green collected it from Jake Phelps from Nobob, Kentucky. Yes, there really is a place.
Nobob,
which is actually near where I grew up. So I remember hearing about Nobob when I was growing up, and so that's a great tune. I love Durang's hornpipe. Maybe, and that was another one. At first, I thought, no, not gonna happen. But I kept working through it, and we eventually got that one. It seemed like we played that while we've been here, so that everything's running together now.
I have to say that photograph there, it was, we failed to take a picture of ourselves one time.
That's right.
But
For our
at that
documentation.
time, Lorinda had knit this beautiful scarf for me that was so appreciated, and it's hard to see, but it's got glitter woven into it, and I've never had anything with sparkle or glitter in my life, but I really love it, and it's a beautiful pattern too, and it's kept me warm this winter.
Yay,
so
I'm
I'm
glad
grateful.
You like it. Well, actually, I do remember now that I'm starting to play it. I remember we played it in concert Thursday night. And again, this is a little bit under tempo than what it's probably going to be eventually. But I'm in the learning process, so this is part of it. I'm still working on them, still learning them, and they'll get there eventually.
Well, and what's at tempo?
yeah, and what
You
is
know, if
tempo?
I were
What
playing a
is tempo?
square
That's
dance,
right.
I'd play it very differently than if I were on a porch with
Yes.
someone.
All right, we'll keep going. Make sure we get through all the slides here. And there is Bruce Green. We've talked. You hear Don talk about Bruce a lot, and Don's learned a big bulk of his music from Bruce, and so he's known all over the world for his collection of Kentucky fiddle music. And there is Durang's hornpipe. It's all written out for tab. Again, this will be one that I'll be sharing with the Dulcimer community in time. And oh my gosh, when I first heard this tune, again, it's another tune in A, Golden Chain Tree. First of all, I love the name of it. And if you'll notice, this isn't Dulcimer tab. This looks like piano music. Well, actually, it's harp music. Because when Ron started playing it, and I did work it out actually on the Dulcimer. I started playing it, but then when I started hearing some of those minor chords that I thought should go to minor chords, I thought, oh my gosh, this is going to be a harp tune. So tonight in concert,
Are we going to do that?
yeah,
Good.
yeah, I forgot to tell you that. Yeah, we're gonna. So this will be another one. So we'll do two of these tunes tonight. Goodbye, My Lover, Goodbye, and Golden Chain Tree, and give them just
This is a interesting thing about it too. It actually, that's a ballad, a child ballad, you know, the golden vanity or the weep willow tree, or something about the sinking of a ship and the little cabin boy that saves them from the Turkish pirates, and then the captain won't let him back on board and he dies. And tragic, like every child ballad, plenty of murder and death. But it's interesting how it found its way into a fiddle version,
Yes.
really, and it's interesting because it's very circular too. It doesn't have a fiddle tune form,
Yes.
but it's a fiddle
Yes,
tune.
yeah, it is more like a song form, like a through composed song form, and the Parapoint even itself is still in the works. So I will be adding more information about this song as I develop this, but it's a beautiful tune. I love it's one of my favorites. They're all one of my favorites now.
They all are.
Yeah. All right, we'll go on because you're going to hear that tonight. Oh gosh, and this is one I know of Ron's favorites, Love Like Jane by Melvin Wine, West Virginia fiddler. Again, when he first started playing it, he said, yeah, it's a D tune. But he started playing it, and I tried to find it, and I was like, what? Then we found out it's actually two keys. It starts in A mixolydian, then goes to D. So that was, and that picture is very special for me because Ron was gracious enough to come with me to one of my assisted living appointments where I visit with them with their memory care unit on a regular basis, and I know their names, they just forget mine every week, but
They
but
love
that's
you.
okay.
I mean,
But
they
we
just
love each other anyway.
They
Yeah,
just love
and so
having
we
you there.
played, and actually that's the banjo Dulcimer that I was playing that tune on. Yeah. So yeah, go to the next slide because I have already worked out the tab for Love Like Jane, and there is Melvin Wine playing his fiddle, and so it's very interesting. Again, I thought, how am I going to do A mixolydian? I didn't want to put the capo on because then we go to D. So again, I took it down an octave. I'm playing the mixolydian. I found the mixolydian scale going across. Yeah, I'm still learning it. And then, so I play the A part as a flat picking across the strings, and then when we get to the second part, which is in D, I just go to a regular strum,
And
open
it
D.
works really nicely too that way. I was just thinking because the bowing changes, you know, it's much
yeah.
more of a shuffle bow at that second
Yeah,
part.
yeah. play just a little bit of that A, one part. We'll just maybe do 1A, 1B. And go through. And then it goes right back into A Mixolydian, so you don't have time to whip a capo in and out, so you just gotta, yeah, find it on the string. So that's gonna be another one that I'll share. I've got the tab all ready for that and still working on it. That's one of the last ones we did maybe. What's our, yeah.
More to come.
More to come. So by the end of this project, which will be in the summer, I hope to have a good collection of tabs of these fiddle tunes and that I can share in classes. And also for me, I've learned so much more that I can share about learning fiddle tunes and how to adapt them to the dulcimer, not necessarily to water them down for the dulcimer, but to really try to capture the flavor of how can we make these tunes sound, the flavor of the tune come out on the dulcimer the way it does on the fiddle. So, anything else you want to add? I know our time is up, but
No, you said it just right. You ought to be a professor.
yeah, no, I don't. You can do all the professing. Well, let's take them out. We'll say goodbye. I know we're going to have supper break and then concert, and let's see. Is there one that we said we were going to play?
Bullfrog?
Oh yeah, the bullfrog on the punching floor. We'll take them out with that. And thanks again for coming out today for the day's classes, and see you tonight on the concert.
Thank
And
you
if
for joining us here.
Yeah, and you know what? I will check the chat. I didn't even think to do that, but I will check the chat board as soon as this is over. And if anybody has any questions, type it in. Be glad to. And if you have an arts council in your state, you may want to check into this and see if they have a similar type of program.
Now I'm just going to thank Mikey one more time here for
Mikey's
all this.
amazing.
Yeah.
I wish Mikey would come and live with me because I need a tech person in my house full time.
Seems like a lot of people do.
Yeah. All right. So,
Not a tech person, a Mikey.
a Mikey, yeah, not just a tech person. All right, play us out there.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Hindman Settlement School and the 2023 Hindman Dulcimer Homecoming Finale Concert Jam, our music event that closes out our 3-day festival. I just wanted to thank everyone, especially all of you people out there in the world who have been watching us on YouTube. I think our YouTube has been working pretty well on the average, and we've been reaching all over the place. If you're from very, very far away, get in the chat room and let us know. Tell us about it. But we thank you for sticking it out with us and making this event the success that it is. Of course, thanks to the Hindman Settlement School for allowing us to set up here and feeding us and housing us and taking care of so many things. We feel just like, we're back home now, like we're building back after this incredible disaster, which is why also this is called a survival of celebrations. Not just a Dulcimer festival, not just a music festival, it's a survival celebration. We're just so thankful for the things that we've come through here and that we're all together under this roof right now. I need to thank the Berea College Appalachian Fund for making this possible. They are our principal sponsors, and of course, the Troublesome Creek Stringed Instrument Company, which is a lot of us work for Troublesome Creek, where we employ people in recovery, building some of the finest instruments that have ever come out of Appalachia. That's my opinion. I want to get out of the way so that people can start playing music. And in order to facilitate that, I'm going to bring a man whose vocabulary is as big as his heart. How's that? Mr. 1, 2, 3, okay. Ron Penn, Dr. Ron Penn, Mr. Dr. Ron Penn. My guy, my brother. Hey.
What a pleasure it is to be here at the center of the universe, Hindman Settlement School at the Forks of Troublesome. We've had a remarkable few days here. The weather has been absolutely gorgeous. All of those trees are blooming, the magenta, the dogwood, the beautiful redbud. The birds are singing. I saw my first bluebird here sitting on the porch. It's been gorgeous. We've had a remarkable series of workshops that have explored all kinds of facets of the dulcimer and all kinds of other instruments as well. It's been just a delight to spend time with the few people on staff the whole time. This is the first time we've had an audience, and it is absolutely wonderful to have you all here. It changes things remarkably when you're singing and playing with an audience instead of looking at a camera over there. It's been terrific. So we have a cornucopia of delights, of pleasures for you, beginning with Sarah Kate Morgan, who is right close to home. We had to, for our forms about getting reimbursed for our time and whatnot, put down mileage, how far we went, because we get paid, 12 cents a mile or something. And I think Sarah Kate probably had, 500 steps, or, her mileage count was pretty low because she's just right over there. Sarah Kate is a wonderful addition to the Hindman Settlement School, where she's been doing a lot of the folk traditional arts, directing those activities, such as the Pick and Bow, which is one of the most wonderful outreach programs that there is, period. She is a dulcimer player extraordinaire. She's got such an art that conceals art. It looks as natural as falling off a log, and yet it is as complex as a spider's web. Sarah Kate, the queen, the czarina, the empress of the dulcimer. How wonderful to have you. And now this is your stage.
I feel so important now. Czarina. I don't know, that sounds like a lot of work. I'll play a couple on my own, and then I'll have some of my friends join me. Well, where'd you get your whiskey? Where'd you get your dram? I got it from a little girl way down in Rockingham. Well, rock and roll, Cindy, rock and roll, Sam, rock and roll, Cindy, way down in Rockingham. Well, when I went to Rockingham, I did not go to stay, but I fell in love with a pretty little girl and could not get away. Well, rock and roll, Cindy, rock and roll, Sam, rock and roll, Cindy, way down in Rockingham. Well, when I kissed my Cindy once, it wasn't so nice. But the second time I kissed her, asked her to be my wife. Well, rock and roll, Cindy, rock and roll, Sam, rock and roll, Cindy, way down in Rockingham. Her head is like a coffee pot, her nose is like a spout, her mouth is like a fireplace with the ashes all wrecked out. Well, rock and roll, Cindy, rock and roll, Sam, rock and roll, Cindy, way down in Rockingham. Well, rock and roll, Cindy, rock and roll, Sam, rock and roll, Cindy, way down in Rockingham. Thank you. Well, it's so nice to play for y'all. It's been so, I think, even before I moved to Hindman, I don't think I really knew quite Hindman's deep relationship to the mountain dulcimer. And I don't know if really y'all know or not, but you are smack dab in the heartland of the cradle of the mountain dulcimer. And if you ever have a chance, drive down Main Street and drive real slow. Make sure nobody's behind you. And look in the windows of the old Mediation Center. And that's now the Troublesome Creek Instrument Factory that it used to be in the old high school. But I love that they're down Main Street now. You can look in the window and you see all these amazing luthiers building world-class mountain dulcimers. And it happens right here in Hindman. And I think that's just such a treasure for us to have. And it's just such a blessing. I tell you what, I was in schools on Thursday, and one of my students accidentally nudged into my dulcimer, and it fell on the ground, and the head fell off. It got knocked off. But I tell you what, I cannot think of a better place to be, because there's a world-class luthiers right downtown, and they put it back on. Coming up later this month, we're having a square dance on Thursday, April 27th, which you should come out for. So I thought I'd do a song about a square dance. It's a song I wrote a couple of years ago. Well, you go dancing with me, my darling. Well, you go swinging all through the night. And if we go dancing together this evening, I'll make it hard for you to say goodbye. Oh, seeing you swinging with your neighbors makes me want to make you mine. But a better dancer in this whole county, oh, I'd be hard pressed for to find. Well, you go dancing your eye and you can't rub it? Oh gosh. Let's see, I'll bring my friend Willa up to play a tune with me.
We're sitting in the cool chairs tonight.
Yeah. This is my friend Willa, and Willa lives here, close to Hindman, but works as one of the luthiers at the Trouble Street Instrument Factory. We're going to C, where are we going to B?
B, I think. Went to my banjo outside. I think that was a mistake. It's a little bit humid out today, but it's nice. Just a little bit. I was born and raised in Florida, so humid here is not humid to Florida standards.
I'm ready.
Sound of bones clattering to the floor.
Music to my ears.
What are we playing?
Jubilee. Right?
Jubilee, yes.
Last night, Willa and I played a medley of two tunes called Geese A-Honkin' and then
Ducks on a mill pond.
Ducks on the Mill Pond. And so tonight, we're going to be playing Duck River to continue the waterfowl theme.
I'm starting to get confused.
See?
It's part of the fun.
Well, thanks y'all for having us. I'm happy to have walked down the hill to play. I love you too, Tyler. Yeah, I'm excited to hear what else is in store. I know Willa's playing up next.
I think so.
And Miss Linda. And you'll want to stick around for Don Petty, my good friend. Don Petty. And Ron Penn. All right, well, let's play Duck River.
Duck River. Ron's coming to save me. I might as well stay here.
Well, stay there.
Okay.
Willow Cartier, how wonderful to have you on the stage here.
How wonderful to be here.
Well, I didn't know that she was such a performer. When I first saw Willow a few days ago, it was over at the Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company, and she was working on repairing a cello, about a half-size or quarter-size cello that was one in desperate shape, and she was figuring out how to make this thing sing again, and in just a few days she carved a bridge for it and strung it up and made it play again. And I realized, oh my, she can make music as well as make musical instruments. You're a much better luthier if you can also be a musician. And she combines and marries those two talents in an incredible way. You know, she can work a lathe or a drill or a sander, even a table saw with trepidation. but she is a fine musician, and you have the opportunity to hear that. I had heard that she was from Florida, and I went, well, she's a Ferner. Mike Mullins, who was the director here, used to always call himself a Ferner because he came from Floyd County. Now, Florida is a little bit distant, but then just outside, she said, well, you know, I'm part Fugate, as they pronounce it down the road a bit, and I'm part Ritchie. And so it was nice hearing a Gene Ritchie song, Jubilee, done by them all. Gene and the Ritchie family presence is still very, very strong at this place. So you've come home. It's the Dulcimer homecoming, and it's also the Willow homecoming. Take the stage, Willow.
I did get that cello working. Not that I can play cello, so I'm not sure of the full capabilities of it, but to me it sounds pretty good. Overall, let me get up to a different tuning. This is Tennessee Mountain Fox Chase. It is a Tennessee tune, I'm assuming. I'm not too familiar with the history of it, but it was my contest tune this year on banjo, so I'll play it for you guys. Thank you. Fight with this banjo to get it back in standard. The change in the humidity, man. It's been wild. How about that humidity? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright, this is gonna be Big Coyote. Or some people call it Big Coyote. dream. Yes, I think so. If I'm thinking of the same thing that you're thinking of. We came up with this like 5 minutes before the show started about our transitions between people, and it's working out pretty good. This is Lorinda. I think you guys have seen her before.
Yeah.
All right.
Ron will say something when I get the hard
Ron will
copy.
say something when
Yeah.
we hand it over. All right.
So you guys did a Gene Ritchie song earlier, and this one I also put together with Gene Ritchie. Goodbye Girls, I'm Going to Boston. And I don't think it was Boston, Kentucky they were singing about, but
It's like we did Bowling Green the other night. We were
That's
talking about how every Bowling Green claims that the song is about their Bowling Green. I guess similar with this
with the
Boston.
Boston, yeah, we're not sure which Boston. You can
Yeah.
claim it if you want it. So.
Yeah. It's not.
And-
It's not a fight I'm about to
And
get
you want to
into.
tell them what your big stage debut is on tonight?
I've never played these on stage before. These are rhythm bones. They're one of the oldest musical instruments in the world because they're just two curved sticks together, or they're traditionally made out of like cow bones. So you kill a cow, you gotta you use all the parts because
It's called recycling.
it's called recycling and being respectful to the animals that you've killed. So by using every bit of them. So you can use the ribs, make stew. That's always good. I have had enough stew. I'm gonna make a musical instrument out of them. They're all nice and dry and clackety now. These are actually made out of paduk, I believe. It's a type of African wood. But traditionally they're made out of real bone. I think they're cow rib bones towards the tip where it's thinner. Anyway, I shake my hand around and they make sound.
So since this is her debut, just warning you, if you're on the front row, if sticks go flying.
I want them back. It's not like a drummer throwing a stick in the
Yeah,
crowd.
that's right. All right, I'll kick it off here.
All right, go for it.
her last number and my first number.
I think that's like the coolest transition.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go get my harp, if so, you wanna say something while I do that?
Sure.
Lorinda Jones. She is a harmonic convergence. She's a soundscape that resembles a lovely cloudy day with the sun radiantly beaming through. There are many moods to Lorinda, and each of these facets are picked out just in blinding shafts of brilliant sonic life by the different instruments she plays. There's this glorious harp that will get her into heaven despite her wicked ways. She is a dulcimerist of great renown, a tin whistler. She plays in a Celtic group and brings all those reels and jigs to life in beautiful fashion with a group called Na Skylark. And she's had the pleasure, the dubious pleasure, of being in my company this past year on an Arts Council fellowship that allowed us to conspire together to examine Kentucky fiddle tunes and perhaps their relationship to the old world and to one another and to community, place, people, and music. It's been just such a pleasure to spend time in your company, Lorinda, and you all will enjoy every moment of her glorious sound. Lorinda Jones, music therapist extraordinaire, humanist, educator, and musicianer.
Wow, I'm gonna take a bow. Did you really just come up? I can't believe he spontaneously came up with all of that. Well, it has been my pleasure, certainly, to work with Ron this year and our collaboration of learning fiddle tunes and to see if there was an American, Scottish, Irish crossover. Where did these fiddle tunes come from that came to the Appalachian region of America? And so I've really learned a lot. And one of the things that was my goal when we started out with this adventure was to make each song very special to me, have a very special meaning. And in this case, it didn't always end up being played on the dulcimer. This is a song that Ron taught me. It's called Golden Chain Tree. And actually, he knows more about its origin than I do as the child ballad.
Oh, it's a child ballad. People die, oddly enough, like every single child ballad, pretty much. A Turkish ship is about to sink the British ship, and the captain says, "Oh, who's going to save us?" And the least among them, the cabin boy, says, "I'll sink the ship." And the captain says, "Oh, I'll give you my house, my lands, gold, and my only daughter for your bride." And the cabin boy thinks that's a pretty good deal, so he hops over and with a little penknife puts a hole in the Turkish ship. It goes down, and the captain says, "Too bad, I'm not bringing you aboard again." And he dies. He's brought by his shipmates and buried at sea in his hammock. So none of that happens in this fiddle tune. But it's encoded in the story, and as you play it, you can imagine that narrative playing out. It got fiddleified, it turned into a fiddle tune.
And now it's going to be harpified.
Harpified.
So I'll just play it through. I'll play it through once.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to, before they hear it on the fiddle, I think I'm going to let them hear it on the harp, how I received it. wonderful history of music, and this style harp, which looks very different, maybe you've never seen this kind of harp before. It isn't like the big pedal harps that you see in the orchestra on the concert halls. Those have pedals. They're usually much bigger, weigh a lot more, and cost a lot more as well. But this is the style of harp that was developed in Ireland and Scotland back around, like 1200. So for about 500 years, between 1200 and 1700, this was the instrument of choice. This was the favored instrument in Ireland, and it became the national emblem of Ireland. That's why it appears on their flag and on their coin and on their beer. Now you know why. Now you know why. So the harp was a revered instrument, and it was a great honor to play the harp during that time period. The harps had collections of music, or the music that the harp made was very specific to that instrument, and it has been since carried on by fiddle players and pipes and other instruments. So a lot of people play songs that maybe they don't know actually started from the harp all those many hundreds of years ago. For example, this song that I'm going to play, I call it a song because it's very song-like, but it is an instrumental piece. It was written as a long instrumental piece, like a concert piece for the harp. It's called The Wild Geese, and it was written to pay tribute to those that had to flee Ireland during some of the wars. And it was written as part of a longer piece of music called the Limerick to Ireland. This was one part of that, and you're going to hear a consistent theme throughout the song, but then you'll hear variations of that theme. And that was a typical way of writing a harp piece, was to start with a basic melody and then do many variations. This song actually goes on much longer, but I'm going to play just 3 of those variations for you. And those are, the harp was supposed to express love, sadness, and joyousness. So I hope that you'll hear a little bit of all of that in this selection. stage and join me for this next and last set for mine. And he's going to bring the dulcimer with him for me to play. Do you have a pick, or should I go grab one? Do you have a pick in your pocket?
I do.
Oh, good. I'm going to get a taller chair, Susan. So he has a special instrument that is a little different from the dulcimers that you've seen in that it has two necks on the dulcimer rather than just one. And it is called a courtin dulcimer. Now, for you young folks out there who's probably never heard of the word courtin, that means dating. Now, it doesn't mean that Ron and I are dating.
Hooking up.
Yeah, or hooking up, okay. But it used to be, the story was that when the gentleman would come to
I'm
see
taking
the lady.
my ring off.
Oh my. When the gentleman would come to court or see the lady, the parents would let them visit in the parlor as long as they could hear the music playing.
The music stopped, they knew they were up to no good, and the parents
Yeah.
would be in a heartbeat.
Yeah, because you have to play this knee to knee.
That's how we know we're at the end of it, too.
Exactly. And I have to tiptoe a little bit to get to your knees. Do you have a
Is
pick?
that right?
No kidding. Do you have a pick?
I do.
No, but do you have an extra pick?
Oh, an
is the
extra
question.
one? Hold on to that, you little missy. I do here somewhere.
He didn't catch that at all.
Some gentleman.
Really, I don't, yeah. I usually have one, but I must have, there's my dulcimer. Oh, I did have one actually, but that's okay.
Oh, you're just flirting with me again.
Well, I thought the gentleman usually brought the picks.
I used to bring flowers.
And
yeah.
tell him who made this dulcimer.
This is a Homer Ledford dulcimer. He was a neighbor of mine in Clark County, and I was fortunate enough to twist his arm to make one. He'd made one for Sandy Baker and Edna Ritchie Baker. So I knew he'd made them, and he said, "Oh, I can't do that. They take too much time." I said, "Homer, time is not an issue, and money's not an issue. Make the instrument that you'd want to make." And he made this beautiful instrument, and it's the beauty of it is the harmony of both lines at once just kind of keeps building the sound. It's a gorgeous
And
sound.
this is, so the first song I played on the harp, The Golden Chain Tree, was the song that Ron taught me. And this is another song that we've learned in our work together. This is called Goodbye, My Lover, Goodbye. And so I thought it very appropriate for a courting dulcimer. And so was it written by Violet Henson?
Violet Henson.
Yeah, so written by a fiddle player that is today 106 years old. She lives out in Arkansas. I guess she's still fiddling. She made fiddles and played fiddles, and so pretty amazing. So here's to Violet
Yeah, and it's an
Hensley.
interesting history too. I mean, this is how tangled these stories are. She probably heard it from a train engineer who ran this train, steam train, that he had a keyboard hooked up to instead of just the steam whistle. And he'd play this tune every time he left the station going out of town, so his sweetheart would know, his wife would know he was headed out.
I didn't know that
It's
story.
an incredible story, yeah.
That's so sweet. Well, I'm glad we're playing it on a courting dulcimer then.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. You kick it off for us. You know what? We're going to have to stop because I think something's out of tune. Gotta be in tune for this if you're going to play double dulcimer. There we go. Sorry.
You don't want to get off on the bad foot in the romance.
No.
you.
I'll get that pick back.
And I put it, what did I do with it?
Yo.
I put it in my pocket.
That's Don's pick.
Oh, it is.
Thank you. Don Petty is the master of the little song, the simple song. And yet, he really wanted a lot of polysyllabic words in praise and laudatory encomium about his many accomplishments and virtues and victories. And they are many. Don is a remarkable dulcimerologist. He ain't just a dulcimer player, he's a dulcimerologist. And one of the things that Don did, beyond being one of the very few dulcimer players that could match a fiddler note for note and bow stroke for bow stroke at an old-time jam, Don figured out how important it was to connect the instrument to the maker, to the tune, to the place. And he took dulcimers that were made in specific places and played them where that person was. Like at Uncle Ed Thomas's cabin, he's playing an Uncle Ed Thomas dulcimer, and he's playing a tune that would have been heard right around in Knott County at that time. It seems really simple, but in this YouTube age of people learning tunes on the dulcimer by watching a screen, Don connected all the dots to make this music live. And Don, we're all indebted to you for all the knowledge that you bring to it, for all the tunes that you've introduced us to, and the beauty that you've brought into the world. And Don Petty, I'm indebted to you, and I know everybody else here is going to enjoy the heck out of what you have to do on this stage. Don Petty. Just happen to have one of those. These are the kind you use.
That's exactly right. Okay, Ron, I thought I might have had time for a nap with that introduction. If he was going to start on those big words, he knows them. Yeah, what he forgot to mention is the reason I could do all that is I'm old. I've been around a while and seen a bunch of these folks and different things. All right, I'll start off with a tune from John Salyer, who lived over in Salyersville. And it's one of the tunes I learned from my friend Bruce Green, who learned it from John's son Grover. And this one's called The Rose in the Mountain. And I always like to play it when I'm away from home. I play it for my wife, because when this is the tune that Bruce played at our wedding. And Bruce's wife always says, yep, because my wife Jean is the rose in the mountain. So, well, actually, Jean, my wife didn't know much about this kind of music. In fact, when we met, she never knew I played music. And so when she found out, she kind of had to think twice, because the life of a musician is usually people involved. And she's like me. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be home up on the mountain, wouldn't be coming out much at all. Anyway, so here's for Jean. great tune from right around this, well, from Kentucky anyway. I'm taking a notion to do a little bit of another tune. This is one I learned right here. Thought it would be appropriate. Right here at Hindman. I learned it from Lee Sexton, who just got to be really good old friends. We'd always play when I'd come up here for Family Folk Week or just for a visit, and when he'd come down every year, he'd come down to North Carolina and come to play at the Swananoa gathering down there, and Bruce and Green and I would always sit in and play with Lee all of the concerts, and as long as he'd stay, we'd play. So he knew some great stuff. But this is his version of the Shady Grove, and I always liked it a lot. Shady Grove, my little dear, Shady Grove, I'm bound. Shady Grove, my little dear, I'm bound for Harlan Town. Hand me down my old gripsack, hand me down my shawl, hand me down my old gripsack, hate to leave you all. Winter days are rolling on, why do the children cry? Winter days are rolling on, I'll leave here by and by. Shady Grove, my little dear, it's Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little dear, I'm bound to go away. Well, let's see. All right, I'll do this one. I'll choose a 9-iron. All right, I never know if I should do this one or not, but what the heck. I love cats, but this song would not prove it. It's a cartoon. Think of it this way. This is a Tom and Jerry cartoon from the 1800s. So just accept that. Okay. I heard this first from Bascom Lamar Lunsford back in, he lived back in North Carolina. I got to meet Bascom. He was a great collector and banjo player and great fiddle player. And he lived from 1882 to 1974. And I had met him after he took a stroke, so we never played, but I used to teach a class of history of the mountain music and dance with his youngest daughter, who died in her 80s, like 15 years ago. I mean it when I said I'm old anymore. So, okay, so here's a little kitty puss. puss, jump a little higher. Jump up, kitty puss, your tail's on fire. I didn't write it. Can't dance the kitty puss, you can't dance to nothing. Can't dance the kitty puss, you can't dance nothing. Poor little kitty puss died in the cellar. Lived in the attic and he died in the cellar. Can't dance the kitty puss, you can't dance to nothing. Can't dance the kitty puss, you can't dance nothing. Poor little kitty puss died in the cellar. He lived in the attic and he died in the cellar. All right. I thought of it. I said, poor Lorinda, she's got 4 cats. Well, evidently this was some kind of a little a play party or something. Bascom remembered that when he was 10 years old, he learned that. So think about that. That was a while back, 1890s. So I'm going to do one more and then call Ron up here to play one with me. And I don't know, I never think about what I'm going to play much till I get up here. I had this one tuned. I said I'll sing one, and I'll do it in that key. But I kind of studied on Lee Sexton once I got up here and did it. And this one is the same thing, but I don't know, maybe I have a theme going. This one's called, I love my wife as well as anybody, but when my back is turned, she's a hugging everybody. Okay. I didn't make that up either. Okay. Ronnie! Oh, wait a minute.
Boy, that was dandy.
Go sit on that side. I have been around. You never sit.
You don't have your safety goggles on,
Yep.
do you?
You never sit on the right-hand side of a fiddle player. unless it's Charlie Acuff, who was a left-handed fiddler. So we're gonna do this one. Are we gonna get a bunch of people up after a while?
Yeah, I thought we'd do this, and I might sing one, and
Oh, you got
get
something else?
everybody.
Okay, great, yeah. Okay.
I'd sing a Gene Ritchie song.
Oh, good. All right, so we're gonna do this, this is a little song from back home. I live in Madison County, North Carolina. And the next county over is Yancey County. And this is a tune from Yancey County, from Wellesley Croissant that Bruce Green got. And I don't know, I mean, I never heard it nowhere else. There's a bunch of tunes like that. Like you find these little pockets. He lived in South Toe River area. And I never heard this tune anywhere else. I've heard other tunes by the title called Getting Upstairs.
Like you started, and I'll remember how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, we were here just about a year ago.
That's right.
Up on Stucky's porch, and he played this one, and I got obsessed with it.
He got
I
obsessed, yeah.
Haven't had the chance to play it in a year.
Well, that's a good one. And it's one of these tunes where I don't know how to explain the rhythm. I mean, I don't know much about music to say it. I just feel it, you know. But it has a little quick part, and then it kind of gets caught up, and then you have to hurry up and catch up again. It's like a catch-up tune.
Catch up.
This is a Hines tune. Okay, we got it.
57 varieties.
57. So this is, yeah, Getting Upstairs. Wait a minute. One more time. I don't have a lot of words to introduce you, Ronnie. This is Ron Penn.
I see him sitting right on the floor there. Will has been such a positive force for the settlement school. I came here the day after this flood, and this whole, it was still raining, and the mud was as thick as could be. It was an ugly scene. It was horrible. The sewage was bubbling out of all of the manholes. You couldn't get any water to clean anything at Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company, where I was trying to shovel sidewalks of this mud. And this place was hit really hard. Hindman Settlement School, the whole bottom part was like an aquarium down there. This place became a center for feeding everybody, for taking care of everybody in the community. That bridge connecting Hindman to the settlement school, which has sometimes been a problematic bridge. You know, people wouldn't cross that bridge often for one reason or another. But the settlement school embraced the community in such a way. This room, through the generosity of all kinds of people, was heaped with, you know, just, it was a store. I mean, just heaped with toilet paper and shaving cream and foodstuffs. I was amazed, you know, handing it out to people who were in need. They fed everybody in the community for months from here. And that was while this place itself was reeling from that horrible experience. And I think you did more to forge a community here than has been done in generations, Will, and I'm indebted to you, and I know the Hindman community is as well, Knott County. This place has been a place that celebrated the heritage of its people. The corn shock dolls, they're still around, of the Ritchie family. Verna Mae Sloan's quilts and some of her dolls are still about. Some of the most beautiful art. And the music, the dulcimers, there were, you know, at least 5 or 6 really well-known dulcimer makers sending these dulcimers all over the world from here. We've talked about some of the musicianers tonight that were here. Lee Sexton. Opal Sexton is right here at Hindman in the nursing home right now, Lee's widow, and she chose to come to Hindman for that. So this has been a very important place. Partner of the settlement school has been the Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company and the Appalachian Artisan Center, and I'm indebted to them for all they do, for all the lives they've saved, for the beautiful instruments they brought into the world. I'm going to thank Doug Neselrode personally for making all of this happen, making this Dulcimer homecoming possible. Doug, thank you so very much. Thank you. Our window on the world, it's so wonderful to have you all seated in the chairs here for this tonight, but our window into the whole world has been through Mikey Sloan from right here, who's a technological magician. And we're indebted to you for that. He's just lurking over there looking at the computer, playing computer games the whole time. Well, that's Dulcimer Dan Cox, who's been making dulcimers. And he's been responding to all the chat that's been going on, all the questions, all the comments during this whole festival. He's just been engrossed in doing that. And it's amazing how many people in the world are paying attention to this tiny little town, this hamlet of Hindman, the county seat of Knott County. You know, far more than they've ever been to a gingerbread festival, and you all know what that's like when that happens. So, Dan, thank you. I'm going to close my part of it. I'm just going to sing one song, and I have to sing a Jean Ritchie song because it's one that she wrote under the name Than Hall. Jean wrote songs when there weren't family songs to talk about things, and I guess the environment is one of those things that we're really starting to realize how critical it is, how important it is, how things have gone awry. That flood had never happened. Troublesome Creek was troublesome, but a flood of that magnitude had never happened here before. And we need to pay attention to what the earth is telling us and do what we can. And Jean had the words, the song to do it. My Lord, he said unto me, do you like my garden so fair? You may live in the garden if you keep all my grasses green, and I'll return in the cool of the day. Now is the cool of the day. Now is the cool of the day. Oh, the earth is a garden of my Lord. And walks in his garden in the cool of the day. Then my Lord, he said unto me, do you like my water so pure? You may live in the garden if you keep all my waters clean, and I'll return in the cool of the day. Now is the cool of the day. Now is the cool of the day. Oh, this earth is a garden of my Lord, and he walks in his garden in the cool of the day. Then my Lord, he said unto me, do you like my pastures of green? You may live in the garden if you feed all my lambs, and I'll return in the cool of the day. Now is the cool of the day. Now is the cool of the day. Oh, the earth is a garden of my Lord, and he walks in his garden in the cool of the day. Thank you, Gene. If I can trouble the staff musicians to come up on stage, and we'll play a last tune to send the Dulcimer homecoming into the final lap. It's been a wonderful few days here, a lot of tunes, a lot of songs, a lot of music, a lot of instruments made, a lot of instruments played, and a lot of wonderful meals. I'd be remiss if I didn't remember Vivian and Diana, who just did yeoman service making us fat and sassy here and healthy and wealthy, and boy, wonderful time. Bring that guitar up here.
Ooh, guitar.
Look at that guitar. What should we play?
We've already picked a tune.
Okay.
It's another women's
Not
tune.
in C, I hope.
No. Liza Jane.
Liza Jane.
Is that good? Is that good, Don? Not good, Don?
It's all good.
Okay.
Whatever, they're all the same.
Do you want a chair, Doug?
Seems like we heard the banjo tuning a lot tonight.
We could have played it in G.
Yeah. We should have.
Okay, let's go G.
E flat's easy to get to. I just gotta
No
keep my
worries.
one there. Oh, goodness.
You want to kick it off? What version are you going to do?
Yeah, what version?
I think we're doing Little Liza Jane. I gotta
Or
go
is it-
on Baltimore.
Little Liza Jane. So, thank you all for coming. Thank you all out in YouTube land. And so the Dulcimer homecoming passes into history. It's been a grand time, and thank you all very much. And
2023 passes into history.
but
Be sure to stay tuned for the 2024 Hindman Dulcimer homecoming.
it's rumored that there are going to be people in the chairs this time for it too.
You never know.
You never know.
High and dry.
High and dry between the chairs. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. That was awesome. That was a really awesome festival. It was good for me. I haven't gotten to jam old time in so long, and just hanging out with all these historians all weekend has just been a really awesome experience.
Yeah, well, we're so glad you were here with us. It added a lot. Yeah, glad. Well, if you're ever in the E-Town area,
Where's that at?
Elizabethtown.
Elizabethtown.
Oh, that's right. You're not.
I don't know what's going on.